Yep. Let's start in. As part of Master AWS Data Engineering, let's understand what are services we are going to cover and what is the purpose of each service. Let's discuss it. So first we are going to start with fundamental services team. Let's start understanding. So total we are covering 18 important topics team. 18 important topics. Okay. So first we start with fundamental services. So these are AWS Data Engineering Fundamentals. AWS Data Engineering Fundamentals. So first we start with AWS Data Engineering Fundamentals. Let's say you are coming from uh, cloud background, maybe AWS, maybe Azure, maybe GCP, or you may not coming from cloud background. Let's say you are a Java developer, or you are a RDBMS developer, or reporting tool developer, or you are coming from non-IT background. You need minimum knowledge of AWS cloud before directly working into AWS data engineering, right? So that's why I created 4 modules. First module gives what is AWS data engineering, what is the purpose, what we are going to do with AWS data engineering. There are multiple roles like data ingestion, ETL activity. ETL again we have ETL, ELT. What is ETL? What is ELT? How we work in AWS data engineering. Okay, how we ingest data from different sources into AWS services. And once the data stored into AWS services, what kind of activities we are going to do? And then what is the purpose of EC2? EC2 is one of the service, and by using EC2, we can create virtual machines in AWS cloud. Like physical machine, we can create a virtual machine in AWS cloud using service called EC2. Before that, how to create account in AWS cloud? How to create account in AWS cloud? What are free tier? How can we utilize free tier to practice our AWS data engineering? Let's say I created an account. Free tier is expired. What we can do? How it will convert? So we are going to discuss all those things, and then very important one is AWS IAM. AWS IAM is very important service in AWS data engineering. Example, let's say we are 5 developers working for XYZ project, and along with us, 2 testers are working, one administrator is working. How to create users? Second one, you created user. What are permissions required to use different services? What is policy? How to create policy? How to assign policy? Next one, we are going to work on different service. Let's say Glue, S3, Redshift. Glue wants to communicate with S3 and process the data and wants to write it into Redshift. How service can communicate with other service? How service can communicate with other service? Okay. And then what is the purpose of IAM here? To one service wants to communicate other service, By default, a service cannot communicate with other service. Then, then uh, how to give access to communicate one service with other service using IAM. Here we have a concept called role. We create a role, we assign role to service. Then a service can get permission to access another service. So IAM plays very important role. So in this fundamentals, we are going to discuss all basic important concepts. So once you complete this AWS data engineering fundamentals, you get a clear understanding of the purpose of AWS data engineering, the purpose of fundamental services. Once you complete this AWS data engineering fundamentals, you will come to know what are prerequisites. Then we are going to discuss prerequisites. Prerequisites. These are prerequisites. So Linux for AWS data engineering, SQL for AWS data engineering, and Python for AWS data engineering, and PySpark for AWS data engineering. So these services we are going to discuss it. So these are prerequisites for AWS data engineering. First, let's understand purpose of Linux. Let's say we developed AWS data engineering application. Then we are going to deploy somewhere, right? Let's say cluster. Cluster means group of machines. They have master, they have workers, and they have a client. So we deploy our AWS data engineering application. Then we need to resolve problems occurred at runtime. Then they give access in client machine for our AWS data engineer, support engineer. Then we need minimum knowledge of Linux to connect with that client, create folders, and give a permissions, etc. At least minimum Linux fundamentals knowledge is required. So we are going to cover that fundamental concepts. Next one, SQL for AWS data engineering. In AWS data engineering, we provide solutions using two approaches. One SQL approach. Second one, programmatic approach. Programmatic, programmatic approach. We are going to use Python programming. Python programming. Me- Let me yes, through Apache Airflow, friend. I said we can create DAGs using Airflow with Python. I'm going to cover that using Python in Airflow. Yeah. Any questions, team? These are 18 topics I'm covering. You have a unmute option. If you have any question, you can unmute and ask me.
Sir, what is prerequisite for PySpark?
This one. No. Databricks is different. Databricks similar to AWS Glue. Similar to AWS Glue. Databricks, it also generate PySpark. 1 minute. Let me add this point. Databricks is backend, it will generate a PySpark code. It is also used for ETL operations. And this Databricks supports three cloud environments, AWS, Azure, Azure, and GCP. Azure and GCP. And if you want to learn this one, again, this is 45 days course. AWS Databricks on AWS Cloud. Again, it is a 45 days course. Yeah, now you can ask your question. I think someone, yeah, Pranamita. Yeah, it will take, duration is 2 months, 2.5 months. Yes, correct. Yes, 2.5 months means 60 working days. 60 working days, Monday to Friday. Monday to Friday, and 6 a.m. to 7 a.m. 6 a.m. to 7 a.m. Extra, yeah. Weekend, we will plan between 6 to 8. Yeah, yeah, yeah. You can call me Srini or Sreenivasa. Any other? Yeah, yeah. No need. I am covering here prerequisites. All prerequisites I am covering. Whatever knowledge required for our data engineering, I am covering. Linux for AWS data engineering, SQL for AWS data engineering, Python for data engineering, PySpark for data engineering. Minimum 5 to 6 classes. 5 to 6 classes. This knowledge, correct. This knowledge more than enough to work with AWS data engineering and track AWS data engineering. I always say once you complete this one, focus on uh, this two. Focus on increasing knowledge of Python and SQL. I'm going to cover all concepts, but how much required for AWS data engineering? Yes, yes, you will get it. Yes, lifetime. You can contact with admin. You will give a clear idea how to get the recordings. The material also we are going to upload into Drive. Yes, correct. Any other questions, Steve? And I forgot to update along with Kinesis. I'm going to give one more workshop, Apache Kafka, as a weekend free workshop on AWS. Sure, Pradeep. So Amazon Bedrock is not required. And here AWS provides one special service called Amazon Q. So whenever you are working in, let's say you are writing AWS Glue, you got error. Just click on icon of Amazon Q and you can tell the problem, it gives solution. In AWS Management Console, yeah, how can we write, how can we prompt our problem to Amazon Q? I will explain. Yeah, hey. Uh, yeah, let me add point to your question. So uh, first one, data store. Let's say, so first data generators, data generators like Python, Java applications, Scala applications, Scala applications, and SQL technologies and mobile platforms. These applications are data generators. Data generators. What these data generator or applications will generate data into some data store. Data store. Most of the time, file systems like AWS S3, Azure Blob, and GCP cloud storage. Once data is generated, we come into picture. We means data engineers. Data engineers. We have AWS data engineering, AWS data engineer. AWS data engineer connects this data stores, performs ETL operations, extraction, transformation, and loading. And then we load the data into we load the data into data warehouses. Data warehouse like Redshift. 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 We process and load the data into Redshift. Now, data analyst comes into picture. Data analyst. Data analyst is responsible to, sorry, data analyst is responsible to prepare reports or dashboards by connecting warehouses. And along with the data analyst, some other people are working like data scientist. Data scientist. Data scientist is responsible to work on huge volumes of data test and predicting features. So in this data world, we come into first person. We are collecting raw data. We are collecting raw data in huge volumes, huge volumes, then then we apply transformations and we load it into data warehouses. After our activity, data analyst or data scientist comes into picture. In data world, I always suggest start your career with data engineering. Then you can choose data scientist or data analyst. You never get chance to go beyond data engineering. You'll get a lot of opportunity in data engineering world. Clear? Any other questions, Steve? You have a option of unmute and you can unmute and ask me. Sure. In AWS, we have a data specialty. You no need any pre-certifications like cloud practitioner, associate, etc. You can directly write data specialty certification in AWS cloud. This course main intention is working in AWS data engineering, not for certification. These whatever services we are going to discuss, those are presented in data specialty, but I always recommend practice different terms before attempting. This course is to work in AWS data engineering real world. Uh, I say take different terms from different platforms and practice. This knowledge more than enough to uh, practice the terms. Whatever we are covering, those are in AWS data specialty. No SQL is not required for AWS data engineer. There are machine learning algorithms, mathematics, statistical knowledge, plenty of concepts. When we try to upgrade our skills, if we do not have feature in our technology, you never get chance to go out of data engineering. So many projects are implementing, going to implement. Data engineer is a key person in data world. Even you never get chance to migrate AWS data engineering with Azure and GCP. So many projects are present in AWS data engineering world. Sure. Mm, mm. Syntaxes are different and UI is different and style of programming is different. Concepts are similar. You cannot blindly go and work into other data engineering. Syntax is different. Yeah. Concepts are same. Yes. 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 Correct. Correct. Mm, mm. The concepts here, we are going to discuss all data engineering, right? We will master all the concepts in depth. Yeah, that's it for today, team. Tomorrow, we are going to discuss data engineering introductions and what are different other data engineering concepts available. So you are asking DevOps concepts, team. DevOps concepts are not required. Yeah, tomorrow we are going to discuss data engineering introduction. What is the purpose of data engineering, AWS data engineering? Okay. And day after tomorrow, we are going to discuss hands-on demo. Thank you all. Thank you. Yeah. Hello. Yeah. Let's start, Tim. In this session, as a part of AWS data engineering, let's start understanding what is data engineering. It may be AWS, it may be Azure, it may be GCP, it may be Apache data engineering. What is data engineering? So first, data engineer is responsible to collect data from different sources, and performs analyze the data from different sources in different formats and stores the results into either data lake or data warehouses. So let's say we have different data sources like file systems, CSV, JSON, XML, Parquet, ORC, Avro, different file formats, and we may have different RDBMS systems as input or source like MySQL, Oracle, PostgreSQL, etc. Or we may have NoSQL databases like Cassandra, MongoDB as input. We may have different cloud file systems like AWS S3, Azure Blob, GCP Cloud Storage. We may have different data warehouses like AWS Redshift, Snowflake, and different data warehouses as input. First, what we are going to do, we are going to implement data ingestion as a data engineer. This is our first responsibility. We are going to connect different sources and then if required we perform transformations. First important point is we need to load entire data into our data lake first. After that we are going to perform transformations too. In extraction part, connect to sources, then load the data, extract the data, then load the data into data lake. So first we are going to store history of data into our data lake. If it is AWS, we have S3. If it is Azure, we have Blob. If it is GCS, we have Google Cloud Storage. If it is Hadoop, we use HDFS file system to store history of data. Because these cloud file systems, Hadoop file system supporting unlimited storage and parallel processing. It's supporting unlimited storages and parallel processing. So first our responsibility connecting different sources and loading the data into data lake. Once data is loaded, we are going to perform transformations using different technologies. We have different technologies like Python, PySpark, Glue, Databricks, EMR, and different transformation tools. So we are going to perform transformations on this history of data. This transformed data, we are going to load it into targets like data warehouses, like AWS Redshift, Snowflake, and many more data warehousing technologies are available. If it is big data, we have Apache Hive. After transformation, results we are going to store it into data warehouses. So data engineer collects data from different sources in different formats, then performs analysis means transformations and stores the data into targets like data lakes and data warehouses. Let me explain with one more diagram. So this is my source systems and we maintain data lake, and we perform transformation. We load raw data into data lake, then we perform transformation, then transformed results we will store it into targets like data warehouses. Once our data engineering activity is completed, then data analyst comes into picture or data scientist comes into picture. If it is data analyst, they are going to take our results. They are going to prepare reports or dashboards. If it is data scientist is going to connect our targets, then he is going to predict the future. He is going to write algorithms to predict the features. Okay, our downstreams are either data analytics or data scientist people. Here, let me add one more point here. Let me add one important point. ETL and ELT. ELT. In ETL, we connect sources. We extract the data. We connect the sources. Then we perform extraction. We don't use data lake. We perform transformation on extracted data. Then we load the data directly into data warehouse. We load the data into data warehouse. So ETL means extracting data from sources, apply the transformation and load the data into warehouse. So warehouse contain only results. Warehouse contain results. In ELT process, we extract the data from different sources. Then we load the data. We load the data into data lake. We load the data into data lake. Once data is loaded into data lake, then we perform transformations using different ETL tools. Then transformed data we load into warehouses. Observe here in ELT process where history of data presented in sources only. In sources only. Different to sources. So, so it is never recommended always connect with the sources. Store that different to sources data into one location called data lake. Our cloud supporting unlimited storages. Our cloud supporting parallel processing. Our cloud supporting both unlimited storage and parallel processing. History of data we are storing into data lake. So all cloud data engineerings, it may be Azure, it may be AWS, it may be GCP, they are following this ELT concept, extracting data from different sources and load that raw data into data lake. If it is AWS, we use S3. If it is Azure, we use Azure Blob. If it is GCP, we use Google Cloud Storage. If it is Hadoop, we will use HDFS file system for storing history of data. On that data, based on the requirement, we are going to perform transformations. Okay. So clear, right, team? ETL and ELT. Yeah. Yeah. Let's start in. As part of Master AWS Data Engineering, let's start understanding what are different data engineering technologies available in real world. So first important one, Apache Data Engineering. We can say big data. Initially, we call it as a big data. Later, big data term is changed to data engineering. As part of Apache data engineering, we have many components like Apache Hadoop, Apache Spark, Apache Kafka, Apache Flink. There are plenty of Apache components are available. And after that, we have AWS data engineering from AWS Cloud, Azure Data Engineering from Azure Cloud, GCP Data Engineering from Google Cloud. And these four data engineering technologies are most popular in real world. And in this four, Apache data engineering components are completely free. You no need to pay single rupee for downloading, installing, using Apache data engineering. All Apache data engineering components are completely free. We have already Apache data engineering components and those are completely free. Then why industry going for cloud data engineering tools? Let's understand clearly, team. If you want to set up Apache data engineering components, we need to use on-prem cluster setup. Cluster means group of machines or collection of machines. We need to set up in our own on-prem setup means we can take a data centers, we can purchase hardware, we can install required softwares, operating systems and softwares, Then we have to install Apache Data Engineering Services. We need to configure, we need to manage, administration, everything we have to take in care. So lot of investment. We have other alternative for Apache Data Engineering is we can choose any cloud. We can choose any cloud. Then we can set up Apache Data Engineering on different clouds. Software is free, infrastructure is not free. Software is free, but infrastructure is not free. Every cloud vendor supported Apache Data Engineering. Every cloud vendor, Azure, AWS, GCP, all these cloud vendors supported Apache Data Engineering components. And slowly, every cloud vendor added their own components. In storage, they have from the beginning, in AWS, they have AWS S3. They slowly, they slowly giving test to different clients for their data engineering services. And slowly, people started moving from Apache data engineering to cloud vendor data engineering services. This is one more because every Apache data engineering we have to set up on either on-prem or cloud. Even though Apache data engineering is services are free, but infra is not free. We have to set up everything. Second one thing, second point. If it is banking customers or healthcare customers, finance customers, they give priority to licensed softwares, not open source and free softwares. Like banking people, finance customers, healthcare sector people, these people gives licensed products, not free and open source product. If it is free and open source, they will try to develop similar kind of product in their organization. Instead, they are giving priority to AWS data engineering, Azure data engineering, GCP data engineering. And slowly, people stopped Apache data engineering components, and slowly, people started using AWS data engineering, Azure data engineering, and GCP data engineering. Many people in my AWS data engineering, they will ask, what is the difference between AWS data engineering, Azure data engineering, GCP data engineering? But all these four, Apache, AWS, Azure, GCP data engineering, purpose is performing transformations on huge volumes of datasets. If we take traditional technologies, those traditional technologies takes hours time to process. Let's say my report want to latest data. Then if you want to display latest data, traditional technologies takes hours of time to get latest data if data size is huge volumes. If you use the data engineering, it may be Apache, it may be AWS, it may be Azure, it may be GCP. You can achieve same thing in minutes, seconds, or max of minutes. So data engineering technologies are used in ETL process. Extract the data, transform the data, and load the data for downstreams. Downstreams may be data analytics people, or downstreams may be downstreams may be data scientist people. So in data world, we are first persons to make raw data available for our downstreams. We we get raw data from different data sources and we store it into history like Hadoop, data lakes like Hadoop or S3 or Azure Blob or GCP Cloud Storage. Then we apply transformations. Transformed data again we load into target like data lakes or data warehouses. So I always say AWS data engineer, Azure data engineer, GCP data engineers are heroes. I never compare one hero with other hero team. In my opinion, all these three data engineers are heroes in data world. Maybe process of implementation may be different, but main intention of these data engineering technologies are transform any size of data in seconds or max of minutes to avoid problems associated with traditional technologies. Okay, so all these three data engineerings having good good prior good market in real world. Nowadays, people are stopped using Apache because we have to take in care, set up everything, installations, configurations, and management. Lot of activities we have to take. If you use cloud data engineering, then we least bother about all those things. We focus on data engineering activities. And most of the administrations are taken care by cloud vendors. Only less activities we are going to do, not much activities like Apache components. Let's say if it is Apache Hadoop, we have to set up a cluster, we have to install, we have to configure master nodes, worker nodes, and we have to recruit a separate Hadoop administrators to make Hadoop cluster available 24 by 7. And it is a fixed cluster. Cloud vendors providing lot of serverless architectures like Glue, Athena, Lambda, etc. These are serverless architecture. Based on your data, it will scale resources automatically. You no need to do. You can just say, I want to minimum these resources, maximum these resources. Based on your requirement, based on your input data, resources are scaled automatically in storage part and processing part. So that's why most of the people choosing cloud data engineering. Yeah, yes, I said we are, we are going to downstreams are these sources. Here data is going to, yeah, here, yeah, sources means source is data. Data going to generate by, data is going to generate by applications, applications and mobile apps, etc. Different applications. Yeah. Let's start him. In this session, as a part of AWS data engineering, let's start understanding what is AWS data engineering. AWS data engineering, we focus on data collection from different data sources and we extract the data and we load the data into data lake and then we apply transformations and we store the transformer data into targets. Let's say data sources may be file systems, like different formats like CSV, JSON, XML, Parquet, etc. And data may be presented in different sources like cloud file systems, S3, Azure Blob, GCS, Hadoop file system. And data may be presented in different RDBMS, different NoSQL, different data warehouses. We use data ingestion techniques in AWS Cloud. For data ingestion activity, we have different services like AWS Glue, AWS Kinesis, AWS Transfer Family, and we have multiple data ingestion services. We use to connect sources and we load the data into data lake. So in AWS, preferred data lake service is AWS S3. AWS S3. In some projects, AWS S3, we use raw layer, and extracted data we load into raw layer. Then we use transformation tools like AWS Glue, AWS Lambda, AWS Athena, etc. Then we apply transformations. Okay. Then transformer data, we are going to load it into stage layer. So before going to load directly into targets, this transformer results we store it into stage layer. On stage layer, we apply unit testing. Then we check whether results are persisted, are stored, are generated in as expected format or not. Once everything is success, then from stage layer, we are going to move to our targets. This is one way of architecture. Or, we are going to maintain data lake in this way. So first, collected data, ingestion data, we store into raw layer. Then on this, we are going to apply some data cleansing, like cleaning null values and changing date formats and changing data types. Then after data cleansing, we are going to move that data into bronze layer, from raw layer to bronze layer. Then we are going to apply some basic transformations, then we move it to silver layer. Then finally, we are going to apply actual business transformations. Then we move it to gold layer. From gold layer, we are going to move it to targets. So these kind of data lake environment depends upon the project architect. Just now, one of our friend asked how we get business requirement. And here, once we get business requirements from client, from BAT, our architect going to design these kind of data lakes. Maximum suggested architecture is this one thing, because we need multiple layers. We may require this data somewhere. We may require this data somewhere. Mostly, this gold layer data is completely transformed data. And this data we are going to move it to targets. This raw layer data is actually we collected from different sources. This is our history data. This is our history data. So we collect data from different sources using different services in AWS like Glue, Genesis, Transfer Family, and we use Lambda to get the data from different sources. We have plenty of data ingestion service and we load the data into data lake. Data lake we use AWS S3. So AWS S3 supports unlimited storage and parallel processing, and it is like HDFS file system. Like HDFS file system, it supports unlimited storage and parallel processing. Yeah. Hmm. Yes. Yes. Yeah. Hmm. Hmm. Yep. So you are saying ELT, one of your question, you are saying you are using different AWS service, and so this data lake instead of S3, you are going to extract the data, you are going to load that extracted data into Redshift. Yes, we can. We can do, and we can use either, you are correct, we can use AWS Redshift, or we can use Snowflake, and these data warehouses also supporting unlimited storages, and these also supporting parallel processing, and we load data directly into this one. Again, we can use AWS data engineering to perform transformation. This is also another architecture. Yes, data warehouse, Redshift. Yeah, let's continue master AWS data engineering. In this session, let's understand what are prerequisites for AWS data engineering. So there are four prerequisites: Linux for AWS data engineering, SQL for AWS data engineering, and Python for AWS data engineering, and PySpark for AWS data engineering. As part of our master AWS data engineering, we are covering these four prerequisites. Okay. First, let's understand why Linux is needed. Let's say if we set up a cluster, let's say if we set up a cluster and we are deploying our applications into cluster. Cluster means group of missions. Group of missions. Let's say this is my prod cluster, production cluster, and application is running fine, but after some days we got some issue. Then a prod team contacts AWS data engineering support team. Then they have to resolve the issue. So what they are going to do is they are going to give access from one mission. Let's say this is called client to mission, or gateway mission. So we are going to connect to this mission and we are going to find about our jobs, why job is failed, what is the issue, or why job is still running. So most of the time, these prod cluster missions are not only prod, dev servers, dev cluster, testing cluster, prod cluster missions are Linux-based missions. Only your developer mission is Windows. So you need minimum knowledge of Linux, minimum, like creating directories, switching from one directory to other directory, reading content of file permissions, etc. Some basic knowledge. So we are going to cover that basic knowledge or Linux for AWS data engineering. How much needed for AWS data engineer, how we can connect, how we can interact. Those knowledge we are going to cover here. Next one, why SQL? Let's say AWS data engineering. AWS data engineering. AWS data engineering solutions we provide in two approaches to. One SQL based and other one is programming. In programming, for data related, Python is preferred one. Python is preferred one. So, so data engineering solutions we provide in two ways. One is SQL approach, second one is programmatic approach. So we will try to provide solutions using SQL. SQL is not for every solution. SQL is fixed with all supported commands. It is fixed. So for any problem, programming provides solutions. Any IT related problems, IT related solutions, programming language provide solution for any IT problem. It may be Java, it may be .NET, it may be Scala, it may be Python. I am not saying only Python. Any programming language having a capability to provide solutions. So, data related most preferable language is Python. Why Python? We are going to discuss at the time of discussing Python for AWS data engineering. Okay. So first we will try to achieve solutions using SQL. Whatever the part we are unable to provide solutions using SQL, that part we are going to implement using programmatic approach. So in any data engineering, especially in AWS data engineering, it is a mix of SQL plus little programmatic syntaxes. That's why we need SQL for data engineering and Python for data engineering. Here, as a part of SQL, we are going to discuss AWS RDS. AWS RDS service means AWS RDS means relational database service. Instead of installing different databases, installing, configuring, administration, AWS providing a special service called relational database service. Here it provides multiple databases like MySQL, Oracle, Microsoft SQL Server, PostgreSQL, and it supports Amazon Aurora. You can choose a database which you like, and you can focus on SQL, not on administration, configurations, installations, upgradations, etc. You focus on SQL development. That is the main intention of RDS. So we are going to discuss RDS with SQL. Okay. In RDS, we are going to set up a MySQL server. Then we are going to implement SQL concepts on RDS. And along with this one more prerequisite PySpark for AWS, AWS data engineering. Why PySpark is needed? Let's say In AWS, we implement ETL concepts using one special service called Glue. One special service called Glue, AWS Glue. So AWS Glue providing drag and drop solutions. You can just drag source and drop source, drag transformation, and drag target. Let's say S3 is my source. You can just select drag S3, and transformation is a filter transformation. You can just select a filter transformation, and target is Redshift. You can just drag that service name. You just modify properties. Just modify properties. That's it. Once you drag and drop, it will generate a PySpark code in the backend by default. It will generate PySpark code in the backend. Second one, if you want to understand this generated code, you need minimum knowledge of PySpark. Second one, if you want to modify, let's say you are not satisfied with the generated code, then you need knowledge of PySpark to modify. That's fine. We are also covering PySpark for AWS data engineering as part of our course. These are 4 prerequisites needed for AWS data engineering. We are covering these 4 prerequisites as part of our course. If you already having, it's well and good. But if you do not have also, I am covering as part of this course. Okay. Yeah. Let's understand who can learn AWS data engineering. As part of master AWS data engineering, let's start discussing who can learn AWS data engineering. So first one, let's say you want you build your data career, or you want to start a career in data world. It is recommended to start data engineering. In that, start AWS data engineering because it has lot of openings compared to other data engineerings. Many projects are implementing using AWS data engineering. Next one too. You are a uh, you are a let me spend spend. Let's say you are already having experience. Let's say programming experience. You are a programmer, maybe Java, or maybe .NET, maybe .NET, or maybe Scala, or maybe Python, maybe Python. You are having a programming knowledge, or or you are already having exposure into SQL field, SQL field. Maybe data warehouse engineer, data warehouse engineer, or maybe you are RDBMS developer. RDBMS maybe MySQL or PostgreSQL or Oracle or reporting tools like Power BI, Tableau. You have a good knowledge of SQL. Then you may having any SQL knowledge, maybe DBA. Then I always recommend data engineering. And especially, I recommend people who are from SQL background. They have a full or good SQL knowledge or strong SQL knowledge. I said most of the time in AWS data engineering, we provide solutions using SQL. So 80% plus we will use SQL plus string. That's why even if you are a fresher, you can easily learn data engineering. Learning SQL is very easy. Learning SQL is very easy. So if you are a programmer, learning AWS data engineering is very easy. If you are a SQL based developer, maybe reporting tool, maybe data warehouse, maybe admin of data warehouse or RDBMS, you have a strong knowledge of SQL, you are the first person to learn data engineering because you are going to provide best solutions for data engineering. Okay, so you may be coming from testing background, you may be coming from non-IT background. Learning SQL is very easy. So first, I suggest you can focus on once we complete our prerequisite of SQL, then start building SQL knowledge, and parallelly you can start building Python programming knowledge. I am going to cover how much needed for our data engineering. Once I complete, no need to join Python classes, no need to join SQL classes. Start exploring through internet, or nowadays we have GPTs like ChatGPT, Perplexity, plenty of GPTs available. You can go with any GPT and increase your SQL knowledge and programmatic knowledge. These two are mandate for AWS data engineer. So we are covering prerequisites. We are covering prerequisites. Uh, that is more than enough. Okay. Or you are working in different technology. You want to switch to data engineering. AWS data engineering is having good openings, good packages. I'm not comparing any other data engineering tool stream. Every data engineering having their own advantages, their own disadvantages. There is no software technology having all advantages. Every software invented to solve problems of existed, and new software invented to solve problems of this software. So every software having advantages, disadvantages. So compare, I never compare AWS data engineering with other data engineerings. My opinion, all three popular data engineerings, AWS, Azure, GCP, in my opinion, all three data engineerings are heroes because nowadays data engineering ruling because of these data engineering technologies. As a AWS data engineer, I always suggest go with AWS data engineering because it has lot of openings. Other than that, I never compare one data engineering with other data engineering. You want to start your career, then start. If you already having a experience of this one, this is add an advantage to enter into data engineering skill. Still, you want to move. Then after this, you focus on data science. After this, you can focus on generative AI, Gen AI. So I always suggest who want to become data scientist or generative AI. I always suggest this is the correct path. Learn programming or SQL, start your career, then jump into data engineering, and then jump into data science, then jump into generative AI. But I say you never get a chance to go out of data engineering. because you will get to so many projects. If you do not have a feature, then we will jump. If people are not given good packages, we will jump. Yes or no? So data engineering having lot of openings, and data engineering people are getting high packages compared to other technologies. So if you have a plan, then choose this kind of career, or uh, from your existed career, you can jump into AWS data engineering. Or if you are a fresher, start data side first. Only one thing, once our prerequisites are completed, start increasing knowledge of Python, start increasing knowledge of in-depth knowledge of SQL once you complete our course. Because I am going to cover all the concepts of Python and SQL. Once completed, then start exploring and increasing knowledge. Then, then you can provide solution for any problem in data world. Clear, right? Yeah. Let's start in. As part of Master AWS Data Engineering, in this session, we are going to discuss AWS Data Engineering hands-on demo or live hands-on demo on AWS Data Engineering. So with this hands-on demo, you are going to understand how we are going to work with AWS projects. Let's say you are coming from other uh, programmatic programmatic knowledge or other technologies, or you may coming from non-IT background. You have a question about how we are going to work in AWS environment. Is it require any special softwares? This demo gives clarity how we are going to work. No need to know any of these services details. Just understand the flow, how we are going to work. Okay. In this, first I'm going to start with storage service called S3, then processing service called Glue, analytical service called Athena. As a developer, let's say this is me, Sreenivas. I am going to upload file into S3. On this file, I am going to create a crawler. This crawler going to store information about this file, file type, file location, and columns of file and data types of file called metadata or schema. So this crawler going to store metadata information. Then Athena, here I am going to write SQL queries. Then this Athena going to read schema or metadata. Based on that, it is going to read data from this and going to display results in Athena editor. Okay, let's start implementing this floating. First, you need to have a AWS account. You need to have AWS account. I already having a AWS account. I already having a AWS account. I already logged into my account. So first I am opening AWS S3. In this AWS S3, we are going to create a bucket. No need to know what is bucket, what is bucket, what it is going to do. In AWS S3, we are going to discuss this entire process in depth. Here we have a create bucket. Then I'm going to create a bucket. So here I'm giving bucket name, let's say Sreenivas hyphen live hyphen hands-on hyphen demo. Sreenivas hyphen AWS DE hyphen live hands-on demo bucket name. Then here I'm checking public access. Then I'm clicking I acknowledge. Then I am creating bucket. This part of it. So this part, first step, I am performing. Okay. Then once bucket is created, in this bucket, I am going to load the file. Let's say here we have a upload. I have all files under C drive, under datasets. Let's say S3. This file I'm going to upload. Just drag this file, place this file, then click on upload. Or let's say I recommend create a folder. Folder name EMP or employees. Okay. Then create a folder. Let's say place this EMP file. Then click on upload. Under bucket, we can create a folder. In the folder, we are uploading file. First part is completed. This first part is completed. We created a bucket, we created a folder, and we uploaded file. Now I want to create a group caller to access this file. In AWS, this is service 1, this is service 2, Azure. One service want to access another service. By default, it is not possible. A service cannot access another service. Then what is needed? We need a permission. We need a authorization. We need a permission. So in AWS, there is one more service called AWS IAM. IAM stands for Identity Access Management. Here, we are going to create a role. For this role, let's say role 1, we are going to attach S3 access. S3 access. Then we are going to attach this role to our crawler. Then crawler having permission to access S3. Similar way, Athena also we are going to attach IAM role. Then it has access of S3. Okay, clear, right? So for authentication and authorization, we use AWS IAM. Let's see. I am going to perform these two steps at a time. Usually, first we do this one 2.1 and later we are going to do 2.2. Okay. In this step, instead of confusing AWS IAM, AWS Glue, in a single step, I am going to perform. How I am going to perform? Let's see practically. First, open a service called Glue. In search bar, you can type Glue, then open a Glue. Open a Glue. In Glue, you can see three bars. Click on this one. This opens AWS Glue dashboard. In left side, you can see crawler. You can see crawler. Click on crawlers. Here you can see create crawler. Click on create crawler and give a name to crawler. Let's say I am giving EMP underscore crawler. EMP underscore crawler. Description is optional. If you want, you can provide. Then click on next button. Then, then here we add this S3 location. In crawler, we will specify S3 location. So here add data source. Click on add data source. So here data source is S3 and select S3 path location. Click on browse and click on this one bucket. Under bucket, click up to folder location. That's it. Place cursor here and then click on add S3 data source. Then click on next button. Here we need to choose a IAM role. So if role is already created, we can choose, or you can create a new role. Create a new role. Create a new role. Give a role name. Let's say hands-on demo. Then click on create. Okay. Then click on next button. Select a target database. So here I said it is going to store definition of this file. So to store definition, we need to create a database. We need to create a database and we need to provide this database details. Okay, let me open a option to create a database. Let me open another Glue terminal. In this Glue terminal, you have a option of creating a database. See, databases. You can create a database, or here we have option of add a database. Again, it is going to open this one only. Okay, click on add database, then type hands-on demo DB, hands-on demo DB, then click on create a database. It is created. Go to our uh, uh, crawler creation. Just refresh here. Then select this hands-on demo DB. Then click on next button. Then click on create crawler. See here, go to this database. Right now, there are no tables. Once we run this run crawler, then go to crawlers, go to once again crawlers, refresh. You can see crawler is running. Once crawler is completed, it is going to connect S3 location, reads the file, identifies column names, reads sample data, identifies data type of each column, then stores that information. Let's wait to complete this crawler execution. Yeah, crawler is completed. Let's go database, refresh, here, refresh here. You can see table is created. Table name is employees, database location. This is file location and type of that file. Then click on this file. You can see list of columns. Let me open that file, EMP file. So these column names, and based on this sample data, it identified data types. Okay, so these two parts also completed. Sorry. So blue craft, sure. Yeah. So whatever the location we provided, in this location, it read file. It folder may contain one file or multiple files, but we store same type of files, right? Same concept, same data. Okay. Here we created a folder called employees. We store employee files only. So based, yeah. Now let's continue writing Athena queries, means SQL queries in Athena editor. Let me open uh, Glue catalog contain only definition, actual data presented in S3 location. Yeah, metadata. Yes, yeah, correct. Yes. So it contained complete meta information. Means so table name and file location and column names, and each column data type. Now I am using Athena editor. In this Athena editor, you can write query data using any of this one. Let's say I'm selecting Athena query editor. Here, in this, we write SQL queries on S3 file. Observe here, it is selected databases. So we created database using Glue. Then we got the database information. Once you selected, you are seeing table name. Then you can write select query. Select star from employees. Yeah. No, I am going to explain the process. Let's understand first how we are reading S3 data using Athena SQL query, and later I am going to explain clearly. Okay. See here, I am writing SQL query, select star from employees. We may get one error. That error is related to logs. You are executing query in Athena, but where logs are going to load, we have to select a location. Here we have a edit settings. We can select a location for Athena queries. Without these settings, let me run. Click on see. If I want to execute here, run button is not enabled because log location is not created. Just select any one location. So here, go to edit settings, go to edit settings, or go to query settings. Okay, here editor, and you can click on this one, click on edit settings or query settings. You can select query results encryption. Then location, select the location, browse location. Let's say any location. Let's say select this one, click on OK. then click on save, then go to editor. Now you can see run button is enabled. Select this one, then control enter. You can see output here. So total 11 records. Let me explain what happened here. So first one, this is my S3 service. S3 service. In this S3 service, I have a bucket. Under bucket, I have a folder. Under folder, I have a file. I have a file. This file is CSV file. Then here I'm using Athena. I'm using Athena. Using Athena, using Athena, I am writing analytical queries, let's say SQL queries on top of this S3 file. File is in CSV format. It is a file. On top of file, you are writing SQL query. How Athena knows about columns information, and data types information, etc. So here there is one concept called AWS Glue Data Catalog. AWS Glue Data Catalog. AWS Glue Data Catalog. Here we are going to create a database. In this database, we are going to create a schema for your input file. Schema means metadata. How we are going to create this schema is AWS Glue. AWS Glue having a concept called crawler. AWS Glue having a concept called crawler. So we will create a crawler, AWS Glue crawler. This glue crawler, we are going to give a input location. So to access this file, we are using AWS IAM, and we created IAM role. Then we attached this IAM role to crawler. Then crawler read this input file and stored information of your input file, means file name called table name and file location and column names and each column data type. Then if we execute SQL query in Athena, it is going to read that definition, and based on that it reads input file, then we are getting output. Clear, right? What happens in this hands-on demo? Yeah. So first one, this is my input file. Input. In this input, we are writing SQL query. So for this SQL query, you need to have information about columns details, data type details. So to store that meta information, AWS providing Glue crawler. Using Glue crawler, we are creating a connection to S3 location. It has a logic to read different files like CSV, any other formats. Then reads a file name, file location, and go to that particular file, identifies column names, identifies data types, and stores that meta information into Glue catalog. Then whenever you write SQL query in Athena, it is going to connect this data catalog, reads schema. Based on this schema, it is going to read data from this file and displays output for us. Okay. Yes, correct. Yes. That's why, if you see here, we executed, crawler first, then after that in Athena editor, you are going to see all, all tables list here. Database, it will list databases in Glue data catalog. It will list each database table. That's why we are able to write query and we are running that query. We are seeing output. Okay, clear writing? Yeah, yes. Let's start. In this session, we are going to start AWS fundamentals. As part of AWS fundamentals, let's start understanding uh, different concepts we are going to discuss as part of AWS fundamentals too. Uh, I can say AWS fundamentals is starting point of your AWS journey, whether you may be AWS administrator or AWS DevOps engineer or AWS data analyst or AWS data engineer or AWS data scientist or Gen AI. These AWS fundamentals, I can say it is a starting point of your AWS journey. So here we will start first understanding AWS cloud, like what is AWS, what are different key features of AWS, history of AWS, plus we are going to discuss what are different service categories are available, and then we are going to discuss what are different services are available. Briefly, we are going to discuss it, and then AWS pricing. Okay, and once we complete AWS introduction, then we are going to discuss creating AWS free account. And then we are going to understand how to sign in AWS account. Once we do this practical, we are going to discuss how to connect with AWS account. What are different ways to connect AWS account? Okay, then we are going to discuss what is free tier. How can we utilize free tier for our practice purpose? And then we are going to discuss AWS Global Infrastructure Introduction. And then uh, we are going to discuss different AWS services introduction. So these are the main concepts we are going to cover as part of AWS fundamentals too. Yeah, let's start understanding what is AWS as part of AWS fundamentals too. First, AWS is a product from Amazon. A full form of AWS is Amazon Web Services, and it is a cloud computing platform. It is what cloud computing platform. It offers products like infrastructure as a service, platform as a service, and software as a service. It offers these products in AWS Cloud. AWS Cloud currently having 200 plus services. AWS Cloud, AWS Cloud currently providing 200 plus services to 200 plus services in different categories like uh, infrastructure, creating virtual machines, adding memories, means adding storages kind of services. So It provides services like infrastructure, data analytic purpose, data science purpose, data engineering purpose. Okay, different categories. Uh, they are providing currently total 200 plus services. It offers services like distributed computing, storage, network, artificial intelligence, databases, securities, and data engineering services like Glue, Athena, and it supports it providing different services team. What is the advantage of going cloud computing? What is the advantage of going cloud computing? We have on-premise concept. Let's say on-premise concept. So let's say we are going to take a data center, means a place. Let's say, let's say I have a company called X company. For X company, I am developing e-commerce application, e-commerce application. For this e-commerce application, I want I want 200 missions, 200 missions. So I created a cluster. I created a cluster with 200 missions in Y location in Hyderabad. Hyderabad, let's say in North Hyderabad, North Hyderabad, I, I set up 500 node cluster mission. Sorry, 200 node cluster mission. So I'm thinking if there is any problem in North Hyderabad, I may face this cluster may not available. Then I for disaster recovery in other location data center, I purchased another data center. Then in Hyderabad, let's say South Hyderabad, South Hyderabad, I set up another cluster. Then I deployed my e-commerce application into these data centers. So initially, I'm getting only few customers to access this application. For providing services to these few customers, this much infrastructure is not required, but we purchased and we recruited multiple people for this purpose. So here charges are two more. But for this purpose, if we choose cloud like AWS, we are going to pay as you go basis. Today I want only 3 missions, and later I want to scale. Later I want to scale. Based on my business growth, I want to scale. Let's say disaster recovery, I can take in another availability zone called data center or another region. Instead of Hyderabad region, I want to take Mumbai region also. Yes, you can. So that is the advantage of cloud computing. Cloud computing, you can add resources, you can remove resources at any point of time. And next one, how many resources you used, you can pay only for that. These kind of facilities, we can get it from cloud computing like AWS, like AWS too. Okay. Like AWS, there are another cloud computings like Azure, Google Cloud Platform, IBM Cloud, Oracle Cloud. We have different cloud computing vendors. Okay. Clear, right? What is AWS Cloud? Yeah. Let's start understanding AWS key features. So first one, scalability. Scalability. So we created one virtual machine in AWS Cloud using service called EC2, EC2, EC2. Okay. For my X project, I deployed project into this one. Here, I deployed this project live. Then customers are started using this application. Customers are started using this application. Then one resource not sufficient to provide new customers. Then we can do vertical scaling. Within this, you can increase sizes like RAM, processor, processor, and storage. Storage. You can scale vertical scaling, or you can create multiple missions. Depends upon your requirement. Depends upon your requirement. You can scale resources. Horizontal scaling. You can enable auto scaling. Let's say min I want one mission and max I want to, let's say, 250 missions. In auto scaling feature, if customers are increased, I can say increase max to this one. So based on the load balancing, it will scale resources, and if number of requests are reduced, it will reduce resources. If you set up a auto scaling, increase resources, decrease resources. If it is on premise, we have to take 250 missions whether we are using or not. We have to pay rent for data centers. We have to pay salary for different types of administrators. Next one, security. Next, coming to security. I said in AWS, we have 200 plus services. 200 plus services. Currently, AWS offering 200 plus services. First one, let's say X project, there are 10 developers are working. Okay. 5 data engineers are working. 5 data engineers are working. 2 testers are working. 1 administrator is working for this X project. Okay. And based on their role, I do not want to give these 200 services access. Based on their role, I want to give access on services. So here, There is one special service called AWS IAM. AWS IAM. Using AWS IAM, using AWS IAM, sorry, we can create users, we can create groups, we can assign policies, we can create roles, many more. So using IAM, we can achieve security. So based on the roles, we can give an access so that based on based on policy assigned to that user, then they can access. 1 minute. Yeah. So based on their access levels, we can give different policies to users so that based on the policy assigned to users or group of users, they can access services. All users cannot have permission to access all 200 services based on the policy we assigned. Based on that policy, they can access services too. So we can achieve first level security using AWS IAM. Like this, we have multiple security features like AWS KMS, all security information we can keep inside service called AWS KMS. And some services like S3 having feature called encryption. It provides server side encryption and client side encryption. So like this, we have multiple security features available in AWS team. And next one, it supports flexibility, means supports multiple operating systems and multiple programming languages. Let's say I want to create a virtual machine. Virtual machine. There is a service called EC2, EC2, and I want to create virtual machine with 64 GB RAM, 64 GB RAM, and 32 cores plus, and I want operating system is Ubuntu. I want operating system is Fedora, CentOS, or Windows. So it provides multiple operating systems, whatever operating system you required, you can choose at the time of EC2 instance creation. Next one, Tim. Next important one thing. Let's say this is AWS cloud. We have 200 plus services, 200 plus services, and it provides SDK, SDK, and software development kit for different programming languages like Java, .NET, Python, Node.js, and many more to connect with AWS cloud, like other technologies like AWS Lambda. So you can develop AWS Lambda implementations using Java, using .NET, using Python, using Node.js, using different programmatic approach. So AWS Cloud not only support not for one programming language, it supports multiple programming languages. It is never for only one programming language. It never stick for one programming language. It supports multiple programming languages. Whatever programming language you compatible, you can use it, you can implement applications to on AWS cloud. Next one thing, reliability. So very, very important feature is reliability. Let's say, let's say uh, this is AWS cloud and Mumbai region. In Mumbai region, let's say uh, it will, so every region means geographical location. It maintain minimum of three availability zones too. Three availability zones. Short form is AZ1, 2, 3. Let's say this is Mumbai region. In every region, minimum it maintains three availability zones. Why it maintains three availability zones? Let's say due to natural disasters like earthquake or floods or some other issues. Let's say availability zone 1 completely not available. Assume availability zone 1 completely not available. So applications running in availability zone completely not available, right? So to solve this problem, minimum they will maintain three availability zones. Availability zone in generic scenario is a data center. Let's say North Mumbai, South Mumbai, East Mumbai, East Mumbai. They maintain different data centers. So if entire North Mumbai facing with floods, then your application you may replicate it in South Mumbai and East Mumbai, then you can access from these centers. So mainly multiple availability zones uh, we use for solving failover mechanisms issues. Next one thing. Yeah. Mm. No, while deploying our application, we will deploy into multiple availability zones. It will not replicate into other availability zone. We will already deploy our application into multiple availability zones. While setting, yes, yes, no. While setting our cluster, we can say, let's say, uh, this mission availability zone, this mission availability zone 2, this mission availability zone, this mission in this availability zone. Like that, we will configure. Yes, we can choose while setting a cluster for your application, we can choose a availability zones. Let's say you are thinking entire Mumbai may affect. In that case, you can choose another region, called it as cross region. Let's say I want Hyderabad or I want USA. I want USA or Canada. So you can also having a option called cross region. Along with the multi availability zones, we have a cross region also. One mission in North Mumbai, one mission in Canada, one mission in UK. You can, while setting cluster, we can choose. Yeah, tell. Yes, correct. Reason. Yes, yes, correct. Yeah. So this multi-availability zone feature, along with this multi-availability zone, we have a cross region. We can replicate our cluster machines in multiple regions so that we can make our application available 24 by 7. If it is on-premise, we have to set up like that. We need a lot of investment, lot of maintenance. And next one, cost effective. Let's say tip. Let's say tip. In one application, let's say X is a e-commerce application. E-commerce application. I set up one mission in uh, Mumbai region. Mumbai region. And here I enabled auto scaling feature. In this, I set up min 1, min 1 and max 200 missions. I enabled auto scaling feature. Sorry. Yep. So let me add a point here. Let's say team uh, Mumbai region. Region means geographical location. In Mumbai region, data center called availability zone. So AWS people creates minimum of 3 availability zones. In each availability zone, you can create any number of missions. There is no limit. You can choose. You can paying, right? They give access to set up any number of missions. Assume, assume for X e-commerce application, I set up one mission. I deployed my e-commerce application. This application may be developed using Java or Python or .NET, etc. We deployed here in auto scaling feature. I set up minimum of 1 and maximum of 200. Then I enabled load balancer. In this load balancer, I configured like this. Let's say uh, greater than, let's say one mission can process 1 lakh request at a time. Assume. So if more than 1 lakh, create one more mission. If greater than 2 lakh, create another mission. Like this, I configured load. So auto scaling, minimum I said 1, maximum I said 200. So these missions scale up to 200 missions. Based on the load, it is creating. Same application replicating automatically to provide services. Okay, let's say requests are reduced, let's say at 6 p.m. Requests are reduced to less than 1 lakh, then these resources automatically release. Then finally you have one mission, minimum of 1. Okay, so cost effective. If it is on premise, we have to set up 200 missions, whether we are using or not. But here, based on your load, missions are scaling, and based on the load reduce, missions are going to remove. feature called auto scaling and load balancing, we can achieve this feature. Same application going to replicate in new missions. They set up auto scaling feature. They give this details so that in new mission, same software is going to deploy and it is going to serve for new clients, new customers. So in this way, we can set up load balancing, auto scaling feature so that we can achieve cost effectiveness. Morning 10 a.m. to morning 10 a.m. to evening 6 p.m. I have only customers less than 1 lakh only. Then I need only one mission. And before 10 a.m., most of the people accessing my application. After 6 p.m., my application using by multiple customers. For that, I no need multiple missions running at a time. You can enable these kind of features. You can save cost of your application. No need to invest money for upfront, like on-premise. Whether our biz, we are thinking we need 200 missions we purchased in on-premise, but here you no need to pay 200 missions at a time. Based on resources using, you can pay as you go basis. So plenty of features making people to use AWS cloud for their AWS for their purposes too. These are some important key features. Yeah, let's start understanding uh, history of AWS too. AWS cloud, AWS cloud started by by Amazon, Amazon, Amazon. Initially, it started with one service called AWS S3. It is a storage service. It started with the first cloud service called AWS S3. It is a storage service, and then uh, now it is offering 200 plus services, 200 plus services in AWS cloud for different purposes: storage purpose, networking purpose, security purpose, data analytical purpose, data engineering purpose, DevOps purpose, and databases purpose, applications purpose, machine learning purpose, artificial intelligence purpose, IoT purpose, this one, quantum computing purpose. For every purpose, gaming purpose, they are providing multiple services in different categories. So right now, it is offering 200 plus services. It started with first service called Amazon S3. Later, it added EC2 in the same year. Then now it expanded to 200 plus services. 200 plus services. In different years, they added different services. Right now, we have 200 plus services. And AWS cloud is the leading in cloud computing. Compared to other clouds, AWS cloud is the leading cloud computing vendor. Let's say databases purpose. It is offering RDS service. With RDS, you can choose any database you want, or you can create EC2 instance. You can install any database. Data warehousing purpose, it is providing Redshift. Streaming purpose, it is providing Kinesis. Serverless computing purpose, it is providing Lambda. Data engineering purpose, it is providing Glue, Athena, Kinesis, QuickSight for data analytic purpose. There are plenty of services too. So currently it is offering what? 200 plus services as part of AWS cloud computing. And it is one of the leading leader in cloud computing. Competitors for AWS cloud is one from Microsoft Azure, another from Google Cloud Platform. But among these three, who is the leader in cloud computing is AWS. AWS is the leader in cloud computing because it started before those cloud computings and it is from Amazon. Amazon having lot of storage. They are into e-commerce business. They have a lot of storage. They are planning to share their storage to others. Then they started storage service called S3. Initially, they started service called S3 in cloud computing. Then later, they expanded multiple services. So currently, they are offering 200 plus services. So here you can see different services in different categories. Let's say compute. You can see different services. Okay. Yes. Now let's see how to connect AWS cloud. Let's say AWS, we have multiple regions. First, I want to connect AWS account. So multiple ways we can connect AWS cloud to. One is AWS providing AWS Management Console. AWS Management Console. It is a web user interface. You can use AWS Management Console. You can connect AWS Cloud. You can select a region, whatever the region you want. Second approach is you can install AWS CLI in your developer mission or your mission. You may be developer, you may be administrator, you may be tester. You can install the CLI software. This CLI software available for Windows, Linux, and Mac operating system. Using this, you can send commands to communicate with AWS Cloud. Other approach, using different programmatic languages. For every programming language, AWS providing SDK. SDK stands for Software Development Kit. Through this SDK, we can communicate with AWS Cloud. Okay. Let's see practically using AWS Management Console. Open any web browser. I already opened Google Chrome. Let's say here, I am opening aws.amazon.com. Here, right side, you can see account. You can click on AWS Management Console. Then you can log in using root user. So click on root user. Here you can see two users. One is root user, second one is IAM user. So once you create AWS account with X email, that X email is a root user. So whatever the email ID we given for creating AWS account, at that time you will provide a username, right? So that email, that account is root user account. Once you log in root user using IAM service, you can create a IAM users. Let's say 10 developers are working. You can create AWS account for 10 developers and 8 data engineers are working. You can create separate users for AWS data engineers. 2 testers are working. You can create it. And 1 admin is working. You can create it. And you can create users. You can create groups. You can assign policies to users, policies to group. Okay. So clear, right? So that they can have a access of different services. So whatever the policy you give to user, based on that user can access services too. So in this first time, if you are logging, choose root user, then enter your root user email ID. And once you click on next button, it will open a password. You have to enter password. Once you enter root user and password, then it will directly takes home page for you. But I already created my account and I enabled multi-factor authentication to my email ID. Along with the password, I enabled multi-factor authentication. So I have yeah. So once you create an account, you will get a free tier access, and you need to know free tier limits for all the services. Let's say I want to use EC2. What is the limitation of EC2? Free tier limitation of EC2. I want to use S3. You have to know what is the free tier limit of S3. Once a free tier is completed, then they are going to generate a billing. So once you log in, right side, you can see regions. You can select a nearest region for you. For me, nearest region is Mumbai. I'm selecting Mumbai as my region. Then right side, you can see your username. You can see here, you can see account, and you can see billing and cost management. You can click on billing and cost management. You can find billing of your account. You can click on bills. You can see month-wise bills. Let's say this month not yet generated anything because still uh, you can see here. So $37. So see each service it is showing. You can find, see, dollars zero total services I used, but for all these services I utilized under free tier only. Okay. So you can select a month. If you are using this one from multiple months, it will give a list of months. You can select a month every month. Let's see here, you can see November, October onwards I am using. Click on November, check November billing. November also, no billing. Let's see October, October also, no billing. I used these services. Okay. So every month it will show billing team. So clear writing. So click on AWS. Here, this is our home page. Here you can see recently visited services. In your case, you may see empty, but my case, I'm using these services already. That's why it is showing recently visited. In search bar, whatever the service you want, you can search, you can open. Okay. Once you open that service, you can see in recently visited. Next time, instead of searching, you can go from recently visited. Yeah, yeah. Let's continue, team. In this session, let's start understanding what is free tier, how to know free tier details of multiple AWS services. There is a URL aws.amazon.com/free. You can execute, open any web browser. Okay, I already opened uh, Google Chrome and enter this URL aws.amazon.com/free. You no need to log in. You just enter this URL. Then you can see free plans and you can see explore our offers. You can select a service you want. So total 187 services comes under free tier. Okay. Select the service you want. Let's say I want to know EC2 details. You can go through this documentation. You can find complete free tier usage details. For EC2, for EC2, for free tier eligible, they give 1 GB RAM. Earlier, it was 1 core processor. Now they added 2 core processor and 30 GB hard disk space, one public IP, one private IP, one public DNS, one private DNS, one public DNS, and one private DNS. They are going to give. Let me add this one. Let's say okay. So 1 GB RAM and one core, 2 core processor. Earlier it was 1 core processor. Now they given 2 core processor and then 30 GB hard disk space, one public IP, one private IP, one public DNS, one private DNS. Earlier it was 12 months. They changed it to 6 months. They changed it to 6 months. So let's say if you created two EC2 instances, let's say you created two EC2 instances. So if you created 2 instances means 6 months by 2 means 3 months you can use 2 instances freely. So earlier it was only 1 core processor. Now they are giving 2 core processor team. 2 core processor. Earlier, uh, one instance 12 months free, but now they are giving only 1 month. Now they are giving only 1 month to them. Sorry, 6 months. 6 months, not 1 month, 6 months. So clear, right? EC2 related. And if you in this user interface, right? Earlier, it is very, very informative. You can find the complete details in this free tier user interface. So here you can see uh, view details. See here you are seeing brief details. If you want more details, you can click on this one. And if you want pricing, you can click on this one. You can see pricing details. Pricing details. Earlier, you can see more information than this new interface, but every time they are modifying this user interface too. So for free tier, you will get these eligibilities too. EC2 instance. Coming to S3. Coming to S3, 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 they give 5 GB free for lifetime. If you want to use S3 service, S3 service, S3 service, 5 GB they are given lifetime. If 5 GB failed, then it is pay as you go basis. You can click on pricing. You can see pricing calculator for your regions. Let's say select a region. I'm selecting region is Mumbai region or Hyderabad region. Let's say I'm selecting Mumbai region. Then once your free tier is completed, then what is the charges of your your data size more than 5 GB if you use? Then so these are different prices. Later we are going to discuss different storage classes to reduce cost of S-rating. Let's say some data we are using regularly, some data we are using occasionally. Such kind of occasional use data, instead of a standard storage class, we use different storage classes for reducing cost. Okay. Yep. Let's continue AWS fundamentals too. In this, let's understand AWS services categories. Let me open AWS Cloud, uh, AWS Cloud Management Consulting. So this web user interface, we call it as AWS Management Console. In this, you can see these dots. Click on a top of AWS Management Console, left side. You can see dots. Click on dots. Here you can see different categories. You can see different categories. Analytical category. You can see Athena and multiple other services, EMR, Cloud Search, AWS Data Exchange, etc. Application integration purpose, you can see different services. Blockchain, we can see different services. Business application, you can see different services. Cloud financial, different category. Compute, different category. Containers means DevOps purpose. Uh, Customer enhancement, enablement. database purpose, different category, and end user computing, different category. You can see front end and web mobile, different category. Game development, different category. You can see IoT purpose, different category. ML purpose, different category. And migration and transfer, networking, quantum computing, satellite, security and identity, storage purpose. You can see multiple categories too. So AWS divided services into different categories. I said AWS currently offering 200 plus services. 200 plus services. All these services, all these services divided into multiple categories like compute purpose means creating virtual machines and serverless computing, etc. So for all those purpose, there are multiple services. Storage purpose, sorry, uh, that is separate category. Compute is separate category. Storage purpose, database purpose, networking purpose, security purpose, analytical purpose, AI and machine learning purpose, DevOps purpose. They created different categories. Again, each category contain different services. Okay, yeah, yeah. So let's start understanding AWS service system as part of AWS fundamentals. Let's start understanding AWS services. AWS offering 200 plus services in different categories. 200 plus services in different categories. Okay. Let's say a category called compute. A category called compute. In this, we have different services like EC2. I want to create virtual machine in AWS cloud. We use this service. So I want compute means I want to RAM, I want a processor, and I want these things. Yes or no? So we need virtual machine. For that virtual machine, I need resources like RAM and processor. We can get those all things using one service called EC2. And let's take storage service. In storage, what we do? We store the data. Storage purpose, we have a services like S3. Databases. What is the purpose of database? To store the data in a structured form, in tabular format. For that purpose, we have different services like RDS. Let me open AWS Management Console. Okay, go to computing, compute, see EC2, and we have different other services, Lambda, and we have other services. Go to our database category. So Aurora and RDS. Along with this one, we have Aurora DSQL, Amazon Document DB, DynamoDB, Elastic Cache, Amazon Keyspace, Amazon uh, Memory DB, Neptune DB, Oracle database at AWS, and multiple other database related. Go to storage. Go to storage. Storage. In storage, we see EFS, Elastic File System. S3, Simple Storage Service. S3 Glacier. To reduce cost, we use S3 Glacier service. Along with this one, we can see different storage services. Okay, let me discuss most popular services people uses EC2 EC2 for creating virtual machines. S3 for storing huge volumes of datasets. IAM for authentication and authorization. IAM for authentication and authorization. And next one, you can see uh, glue for ETL operations. Glue for ETL operations. Athena for analytics. Athena for analytics using SQL queries. You can write SQL queries for data analytics. QuickSight for reporting purpose, like Power BI. Like Power BI, there is one tool called QuickSight. Next one, Kinesis. Kinesis for streaming purpose. Next one, RDS. AWS RDS, Relational Database Service. Without RDS, we have to create EC2 instance missions. Then we have to install database. We have to do administration, everything manually. To avoid all admin tasks, we go with RDS. We fill nice template with required details. Okay. Then AWS will taken care to create database for you and upgradations and admin kind of taking backups, everything taken care by AWS. We focus on SQL development. And like this, we have Lambda. Lambda is a Lambda is a serverless computing system. Using this, you can implement event-driven applications. You can implement API kind of applications. Next one, CloudWatch. CloudWatch. Let's say you want to store logs. You want to store logs. We use most popular service called CloudWatch. We configure CloudWatch with your jobs so that all logs are going to store it into CloudWatch. SNS, simple notification service. You want to send a notification to, uh, let's say, the resource is completed, our resource is filled, processor complete, utilized completely, or your job failed, or your job success. You want to send email notification or mobile notification. Then you can create SNS. Next one, let's say we have services, multiple services name, code deploy, like Git, and ML service for machine learning, AI service for artificial intelligence, IoT service for developing smart home implementations, and many services. These are some important services. Let me show you services list. We have multiple services team. We have EC2, Elastic Beanstalk, Lambda, S3, Elastic Block Store, Route 53. You want to configure IP to website, IP to URL to IP, we can use Route 53. And networking purpose, virtual private cloud, Amazon VPC, Aurora database. Yeah, you can see Athena Redshift for data warehousing. And we have CloudWatch, CloudFormation, and let's see, uh, plenty of service system, 200 plus services available in multiple categories team. And KMS, key management service, for storing uh, sensitive informations like password information, we can put in KMS. DynamoDB, it is one of the NoSQL database in AWS cloud. DocumentDB, like AWS DocumentDB, like MongoDB kind of implementation. So there are plenty of services uh, currently offering AWS offering 200 plus service system in different categories. Step functions, very, very important. If you want to implement orchestration, means creating data pipelines for your jobs. Then we use step functions to create data pipelines for any AWS service. We go with step functions. And CloudWatch, we understand for creating logs. And code commit, it is like a Git. So lot of services. There are plenty of services. Currently, AWS offering 200 plus service system. Yeah. Now let's understand pricing model team. Pricing is pay as you go based system. Pay as you go basis. Example. Let's take EC2 service. EC2 service. EC2 service comes with 12 months free trial, 12 months free trial, free trial eligible, free trial eligible. Recently, they modified 12 months to 6 months. AWS people changed free tier eligibility from 12 months to 6 months. Okay, first one. Second one, for free tier, they are giving 1 GB RAM, 1 GB RAM, and 2 core processor, 2 core processor, and 30 GB hard disk space. 30 GB hard disk space. But my requirement is, let's say I developed, let's say, analytical application using Python and PySpark. For this application, I want, let's say, 50 missions. Each mission I want 32 GB RAM, 32 GB RAM, and I want 16 core processor, and 1 TB hard disk space, like that. Let's say this one I want to run on this entire cluster setup. I want to give demo to my client 1 or X client. I want to show my application how it is performing for existed problems. I want to give demo. For this purpose, I need 1 hour only. 1 hour with all these resources. Then you can go with pay as you go basis. You can set up a cluster and you can show demo to client. Once demo is completed, you can remove. For all these, how much amount is required, AWS people generate, then you can pay later. As part of your monthly billing, you can pay later. So your requirement is only 1 hour. For that, you no need to purchase hardware with these many resources, right? Once a client is satisfied, he may take account in AWS Cloud. He may set up these many resources. He may purchase our analytic application. He may going to deploy. For our requirement, just we want to show demo to client how it will work, how it resolves existed problems, how it will optimize. We want to show to client. For that, I need only 1 hour with these resources. Then pay as you go basis. One more point to take. One more point. Let's say I want to instances thing. I want instances. Okay. But those instances I am using for my bank application or my finance application or my healthcare application. I do not want publicly shareable resources. I want dedicated resources. Let's say I want Mumbai region in availability zone 1. These any dedicated resources I want. And Mumbai region availability zone 2. These many resources. Zone 3. These many dedicated resources. My client is a banking client. My client is a financial client. My client is a healthcare client. They do not have a budget issue. They want to dedicate a resource. They can purchase, but instead of maintaining resources 24/7. So I do not want my client to do not want to do all this administration. They pay for that. So AWS, we can ask AWS for reserved instances compared to pay as you go basis reserved instances. They have a little cost high, but if you are taking multiple resources, then they offer with special prices. Third type of pricing model team, spot instances. Just now I explained one scenario. I want 50 resources, only 1 hour. After 1 hour, I do not want. Then my budget is only this much for these kind of resources. We can bid resources in AWS with particular price. Hey AWS, I want these many resources with this much price. You can bid called spot instances to save cost. What is the advantage? You get less price compared to pay as you go basis. Pay as you go basis. Once resources created, once you deploy, once you run, your work is completed. You will stop resources, right? Once you stop resources, those resources going to tell it automatically. If you select a pay as you go basis, once you stop, still you have option to restart. But in spot instances, once you stop, those are going to expire. You can run 24/7. You can run 365 days, no problem. But once you stop, those are going to expire because you selected bid basis. Okay. So my requirement is only 1 hour. After 1 hour, if I stop, it has to expire or it has to run. I don't care. My requirement is only 1 hour. That too, I want to show to my client. I want to reduce cost. Spot instances is best feature. Let's say pay-as-you-go basis. Assume you are getting charge of 10K INR. Assume. Then you can ask you can bid. Let's say I will pay 5,000 INR. Then AWS people will give Spot instance, and you can take 50 instances with the specified resources. You can create, you can deploy, you can run. Once you stop, those are going to delete automatically. Okay. So such kind of Spot requirements, you can choose Spot instances. Yeah. Let's continue AWS fundamentals team. As part of this one, let's continue AWS Global Infrastructure Overview. Okay. Let me open this URL team. AWS Global Infrastructure. Okay. So let's see here. AWS Cloud spans 120 availability zones with 36, 38 geographical regions. Region means location, geographical location type. Region. Example, Hyderabad is one region. Mumbai is one region. Canada, in Canada, particular state, if they select, that is one region. So total worldwide, they have 38 regions. In 38 locations, they have they have uh, availability zones. Let's say take one availability zone, Mumbai. In Mumbai, minimum any region. Let's say Mumbai is one region. Mumbai is one region. In that, they will select minimum of three availability zones. Three availability zones. Availability zone means data center in generic terminology. Why they take minimum of three availability zones is for disaster recoveries or failure, or to resolve problems of these failures, disaster recoveries. These kind of issue resolution, they maintain minimum of three availability zones. Let's say I am from India. I am from India. Uh, all my clients are Indians. Very rarely I'm having uh, foreign clients, but most of my clients for my application is Indians. So I choose region is Mumbai for my application, because if they send any web request, Mumbai is very nearest for them. They will get response faster. Nowadays, we are having good internet. So even if you set up cluster in US, UK, Canada, and some other countries also, you are getting responses very faster. But compared to placing my entire application in Canada, UK, US, a little faster in Mumbai, accessing my application little faster compared to them. Even though your internet is good, but if you deploy nearest location, but compared to that, this is little faster, yes or no? So that's why we choose region. Let's say I choose an application Mumbai. Entire my application I deployed in availability zone 1. I created multiple missions called group of missions called cluster. Okay, I set up a cluster. I deployed my application in single availability zone. In Mumbai, earthquake happened, or some natural disaster happens, or completely suffering with the floods in North Mumbai. Let's say availability zone 1 is presented in North Mumbai. Let's say entire Mumbai is not working. Then problem is what? I am unable to access my application. That's why AWS people providing minimum of 3 availability zones. Instead of setting all your cluster machines in a single availability zone, you can span into multiple availability zones called data centers. So, you have machines in multiple availability zones. If request coming to your application, then your request transfer to other availability zones so that you can access your application without failing. Because of solving these kind of issues, minimum AWS people maintain 3 availability zones in each region, minimum. So currently, how many availability zones are available? 120 availability zones are available. They are planning 10 more availability zones and 3 more regions. Means maybe in next visit of this global infrastructure, maybe we may see 41 geographical regions and 130 availability zones. At this point of time, 120. Later, if we may visit, see, previous class explanation, just a previous class explanation, check here, 120 availability zones, 38 geographical locations. And before this, there is different count. I modified recently for previous class. It's a week back. That's why I didn't see any differences. Okay. Earlier they given in this format, but now they changed look and feel is in this formatting. Global. You can scroll globe. You can select a country. You can see regions list. You can click on any region. It will show available zones too. Click on Asia Pacific. In Asia Pacific, these are Asia Pacific countries. So you can see Asia Pacific countries. So in Asia Pacific, we have Hyderabad and Mumbai. In India, we have no region. Under region, again we have zones, availability zone. Yes. Yeah, 3 availability zones available. Yeah, you can see, let me go. This is my AWS management console. You can select region you want. Once you click on region, okay. Here, whenever you want to create a EC2 instance, here it will ask which availability zone you want to create. Here we can choose a zone. Here we have option called availability zones. Yes, yes, correct. Yes, correct. No, you can select a can see it like this. Availability zone 1, availability zone 2, availability zone 3. You can select. So this is Mumbai region, AP-South-1 A, AP-South-1C, 1C, AP-South-1B. You can see each region numbers. All are Mumbai region. AP-South 1, AP-South 1, AP-South 1, 1A, 1B, 1C. Three different availability zones. Yeah, let's starting. In this session, we are going to start AWS EC2. EC2 full form is Elastic Cloud Compute. As part of EC2, first we are going to discuss what is EC2, what is the purpose of EC2, and then we are going to discuss what is security group and how to create a security group. What is the purpose of security group? Why security group? And then we are going to understand key pair. In AWS, we have a virtual machine concept called EC2. We create a virtual machine, and to connect that virtual machine, we need username and password. AWS people provide username, but password they give in the form of encrypted format. So we have to create a key pair. We have to download that key pair. Instead of a password, we have to attach that key pair to our client tool. So to connect EC2, we use clients like Putty, MobiXtem, mRemoteNG, different client tools. So for that tools, we are going to attach this key pair. So we are going to understand what is key pair, how to create key pair practically. And then we are going to understand what is VPC. VPC full form is Virtual Private Cloud. Using this, we are going to understand what is Virtual Private Network and what is default VPC. What is default VPC? What is the purpose of this VPC? How we are going to choose this VPC while we are going to create a EC2 mission. And then we are going to understand very, very important concept called AMI, Amazon Machine Instance. If you want to install operating system in virtual machines like VMware, Citrix, Oracle VM VirtualBox, we download ISO file right from authorized websites. Let's say I want to install Ubuntu. I search Ubuntu ISO file and I navigate to Ubuntu website. Then I will download ISO file. Yes or no? For installing operating system in virtual machines. Similar way, instead of downloading, AWS people provides AMI called Amazon Machine Instance or Image. Okay, for every operating system, they provide AMI. While creating EC2 mission, we can choose right AMI, means whatever the operating system we want, we can choose and we can attach to EC2 mission. So we are going to understand what is AMI, how it will provide, can we create our own custom AMI? Those concepts we are going to discuss as part of this fifth topic tip. And once this fifth chapter is completed, we are going to discuss creating EC2 instance, means creating virtual machine in AWS cloud using EC2 service. Once we created EC2 instance in AWS cloud, then how can we connect? What are required to connect that EC2 instance from our developer mission, or tester mission, or administrator mission? So before that, what are required for that one? What are properties of EC2 mission required to connect? So first we are going to understand properties of EC2 mission. Then we are going to understand how to connect EC2 mission. Then we are going to see practically connecting EC2 instance using Putty, connecting EC2 instance using mobile extern. So these are 10 chapters we are going to discuss as part of this AWS EC2 concept. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Let's continue AWS EC2 thing. In this, let's start understanding what is AWS EC2. What is AWS EC2? First important point, EC2. E stands for elastic, one C stands for compute, another C stands for cloud. So elastic cloud compute or elastic compute cloud. EC2 stands for elastic cloud compute or elastic compute cloud. What is the purpose of EC2 service? You may hear the terminology virtual machine. In our operating system, uh, nowadays we are getting good resources like minimum everyone getting 8 GB RAM systems or 16 GB RAM machines. And earlier we have old processors, nowadays processors supporting 4 core, 8 core, 16 core, 32 core processors. Nowadays we are getting good processors. And hard disk spaces also we are getting 1 TB, 2 TBs. Yes or no? We are getting good resources with laptops and desktops. If you are running single application or if you are using for one purpose, we are wasting lot of resources. So to utilize resources properly, virtualization concept was invented. Inside a single mission, we can create multiple virtual missions. We can work parallelly to utilize resources. In each virtual mission, we can install required operating systems. So that is the main purpose of virtualization softwares. Similar way in cloud computing like AWS. AWS having one special service called EC2, Elastic Cloud Compute Service. Using this Elastic Cloud Compute Service, we can create a virtualization softwares. Sorry, we can create a virtual machines, not virtualization softwares. We can create what? Virtual machines. Example, I want to create a EC2 mission with Ubuntu operating system with free tier. I do not want to pay single rupee for AWS cloud. AWS cloud offering free tier, free tier. That's it. Earlier, 1 GB RAM is free and one core processor is free. Nowadays, they modified this one to two core processor. Two core processor. They are giving two core processor and one public IP address, one private IP address, one public DNS, and one private DNS. This one is DNS. DNS. One private DNS, one public DNS. Okay, and and one public DNS, one private DNS. These are free for your EC2 mission. So these are eligible for free time. Free time. You no need to pay single rupee for creating virtual EC2 machine. For these resources, I want more resources. Like I want 8 GB RAM. I want 8 core processor. Then you need to pay. There are multiple EC2 plans. EC2 plans. You can choose whatever resource size you want. See, practical purpose, this is more than enough. Let's say I want to deploy my application. My application required more resources. Then there are different EC2 pricing plans. You can choose whatever the resource you want, but those are not comes under free time. You have to pay. There are different pricing plans for EC2. You can choose right resource type for your requirement. Okay, clear, right? What is the purpose of EC2? Okay, yeah. So remember, yeah. Earlier it was 12 months, and AWS people changed this plan, pre-tier plan to 6 months. 6 months. One EC2 mission you can happily use without paying single rupee to AWS people. uh, 6 months. Earlier it was 12 months. Yeah. Now let's start understanding what is security group and how to create a security group. Practically, we are going to see. First, let's start understanding security group team. Before going to explain security group, let's explain one important uh, concept in Linux operating system or any server operating systems like Windows Server, etc. Let's say this is my Linux server. Linux server. Let's say this is my Ubuntu server. Ubuntu Ubuntu server. So here this is my developer mission or tester mission. It may be developer mission. It may be tester mission. It may be administrator mission. So this person wants to connect to this one. Connect to this one. Here we to connect to this one we use concept called SSH. We send SSH protocol request to connect to this one. So here we have to enable 22 port. We have to enable 22 port using Linux command. Ubuntu provides different, every Linux operating provides different commands to enable port numbers. Second one, I have installed MySQL in this. Then you have to enable 3306 port number. I have installed Apache. Then you have to enable 880 port. I have installed Tomcat. You have to enable 8086 port. 8086 port. I have installed Oracle. 1521 port you have to enable. 1521 port you have to enable. So depends upon the requirement, depends upon the service you installed in Ubuntu operating system. You have to enable port numbers manually so that we can access that service outside of this Ubuntu operating system. Similar way, instead of this manual process, instead of this manual process, AWS people provided a security group concept. A security group concept in EC2. Using security group, you can enable required port numbers in your EC2 mission. Using security group, you can enable required port numbers. If you want to connect EC2 mission, you need 22 port. If you want to access MySQL, you need 3306 port should be enabled. If you want to access Oracle, 1521 should be enabled. If you want to access Apache, 80 port should be enabled. If you want to access Tomcat, 8080 port should be enabled. Depends upon the service you are going to install in Ubuntu operating system or Linux operating system or in EC2. You can use security group concept. You can enable required ports called inbound ports. So clear writing. What is the purpose of a security group? Security group can be used to enable required port numbers in EC2 mission. Okay, now let's see practically how to create a security group. So go to AWS Cloud Management Console. This is my AWS Management Console. Then navigate EC2 mission. Here, if you see recently visited, I'm seeing EC2. In your case, you may created account recently. So if you not visit any service, you cannot see recently visited services. So how we can navigate is go to search bar, type EC2. Then click on EC2 in new tab. Okay, here left side, this complete one is called EC2 dashboard. So this one is a EC2 dashboard. Left side, you can see different options. Let's scroll down. Let's scroll down. You can see network and security. In this, you can see security groups. Click on security groups. If you already created any security group, you can see list here. Then you have an option called create a security group. Click on create a security group and give a security group name. I'm giving security group name Akkem Sreenivas, Akkem underscore Sreenivasa underscore SG. You can give any valid name to. You can give Badri, you can give Swati, you can give Alia, you can give Pavan, you can give any valid name. Usually, let's say I'm working for ICICI Bank. I give ICICI underscore SG. If I am working for uh, HDFC, I'm going to give HDFC underscore SG. Usually, we give corresponding project name or client name. Here I'm giving Akkem underscore Sreenivas underscore SG. Then description is optional. I'm copying this name. I'm giving in description. Description is optional. Then at this point of time, just leave about this VPC. I'm going to explain this VPC in EC2 creation. There I'm going to explain clearly. So inbound rules, outbound rules. So if request coming to your server, then that is called inbound rule. If request is going from your server to another, then we call it as outbound rule. So inbound rule, click on add rule. Here I want to allow SSH communication. Means outside people, if they want to connect my EC2 mission, then I need to enable SSH port number. In this type, you can select SSH, and here you can see port range 22. Then from where you want to allow, here you can see anywhere public IP address, anywhere public IPv, or anywhere public IP v6. So select this anywhere public IP, then description is optional. Then here click on create security group. Then I want to know whether security group is created or not. Click on this security groups. You can see this security group name. Here also you can give name. I recommend give a name so that while creating EC2, we can see this name. Just give a name Akkem underscore Sreenivasa underscore SJ. Give a name. And this one give a name default. Default is available by default EC2 by default in EC2. If you want to use default, you can use recommended to create your own security group because one application requirement may be differ, another application may be different, or another project requirement may be different. So you are creating a security group for multiple virtual machines. So it is recommended to create a security group separately. One more important point, Tim. You can create a security group using this option or at the time of EC2 creation, we have an option of creating security group. At the time of EC2 creation also, we have an option of creating security group. You can create either way. You can create at EC2 time or first you can create security group. Okay. Either way is correct. Okay. Yeah. Let's continue. As part of AWS EC2, let's continue very important concept called what is key pair in AWS. What is key pair in AWS team? Let me explain. Let me explain key pair team. First point team. Let's say this is my server mission. Server. Let's say I am working in my client location. Let's say Hyderabad. Let's say someone is working in Bangalore, someone working at Pune, Pune. Then they want to connect this server mission. They want to connect this server mission. Usually we use usernames, we use username and password to connect this one. Let's say this is user one, user two, and user 3 or developer 1, developer 2, developer 3 or tester 1, tester 2, tester 3 or admin 1, admin 2, admin 3. So every person having username and password to connect to this mission. Yes or no? So, so to connect the servers, we will get username and password. But in AWS, once you create a virtual machine using service called EC2, they will provide a username. They will provide a username. Example, let's say team, if you are using Ubuntu, Ubuntu, if you are using Ubuntu, then they will give username is username is Ubuntu. Username is Ubuntu. If you create Amazon Linux, if you create Amazon Linux operating system. So Amazon also having their own operating system called Amazon Linux. Username is EC2. Username is what? EC2. So for every operating system, they give a username, but no password. No password. With username, only username we cannot connect. Server required username and password. So for password purpose, what they are giving is they are giving password in encrypted format. That encrypted format they give in the file called key pair file. So while creating EC2 instance, we have an option called key pair. We have an option called key pair. While creating EC2 instance, we have an option called key pair or in EC2 dashboard, we have an option called create a key pair. So you can create a key pair and download that key pair. Then whoever using, just now I said, Bangalore 1%, Hyderabad 1%, Chennai 1%, Pune 1%, Mumbai 1% is working. For all them, share this key pair file. Share this key pair file. Then, if they want to connect from their machine, they use username, they attach this key pair. They attach this key pair. They use their username, they attach this key pair so that they can access this EC2 mission. Okay, clear, right? What is key pair? Yeah. Now let me add two more points to it. Let me add two important points. This key pair file format we are getting in two formats. One is .pem, one is .pem, another one is .ppk. File formats. This key pair file formats .pem and .ppk. Example, SSH client setting. SSH clients. We have different SSH clients. Putty, M remote ng, M remote ng, and mobile extem, and we have OpenSSH, and Microsoft provides remote RDS, we can say RDS, and plenty of SSH clients are available. Plenty of SSH connections, SSH clients are available. Some clients supports .ppk, some clients supports .pem. These putty M remote ng mobile extem people supports .ppk. This OpenSSH and RDS people supports .pem. These people supports .pem file format. So depends upon the client we are going to use. Download corresponding file format. You may have a question. I downloaded .ppk format. Later I want to use different SSH client. How can I convert .ppk to .pem? Yes, we can convert .pem to .ppk, .ppk to .pem. There is a software, Puttigen. There is a software, Puttigen software. We can use Puttigen software to convert .pem to .ppk, .ppk to .pem, vice versa. is possible. Today you are using Putty, tomorrow you may use OpenSSH. If I download only one file format, then later I may suffer, right? So we have multiple softwares available in the market. One free software called PuttyGen. Using PuttyGen software, whatever the format you want to convert, you can convert. Okay. Now let's see practical implementation of creating key pair. Creating key pair. So first log into AWS Cloud, navigate EC2 mission, navigate EC2, then left to side, you can see network and security. In this, you can see key pairs. Click on key pairs. Currently, there are no key pairs to display. Means I did not create any key pair. You can create a key pair using create key pair. And I am giving name Akkem underscore Sreenivasa underscore key pair. I am creating this one. And it is providing encryption algorithms RSA and ED 25519. You can select a default one, okay, and private key file format. I said I'm going to use Putty M remote ng or mobile xm. Then I'm going to use PPK file format. Then click on create a key pair. So key pair is created and it is downloaded. It is downloaded. So I'm going to use this key pair. I'm going to place this key pair in my drive. You can keep it in anywhere. You can keep it in anywhere, but I am creating all under my AWS location. Here I'm creating keys folder, keys folder. Then I'm keeping my AWS things in one folder. I'm keeping everything in separate folder. So I have created successfully. Clear writing, how to create a key pair, what is key pair and how to create a key pair. Clear writing. Yeah. Let's continue AWS EC2. As part of AWS EC2, let's start discussing what is VPC and what is default VPC. Let me explain one scenario, Tim. Let's say I am having a branch in Hyderabad. Let's say Hyderabad, and there are multiple people working in Hyderabad branch. Hyderabad branch. Similar way, I have branch in another location. Let's say some Mumbai location. Mumbai location. Okay, here I have a branch. So I want to create a connection or create a network to communicate with these two branches. Team. Private network I want to create. Other public people I do not want allow to communicate with this network. Usually they will create a routers and switches, right? Network people creates this routers, switches, and they will write routing rules. So with this routing rules, a branch from one location can communicate with other branch location, because here network IP addresses are different, and here network IP addresses are different. Network IP addresses are different. So network engineers creates a network rules to allow from one network to other network. They will write different network rules. So this is called virtual private network. So similar way, in AWS, we have a concept called VPC. VPC. Using VPC, we can define virtual private compute or virtual private network. We can write our own routing rules to allow to to disallow other people to enter into our network, to allow or do not allow other people into our network. We use a concept called VPC. VPC full form is virtual private cloud. Virtual private cloud team. Yeah. So here we are creating AWS EC2 instance. We are creating AWS EC2 instance, and this is a public mission. I want to access from outside of this AWS cloud. Let's say I may use Windows. I may from Hyderabad. I may take a connection of internet called Geo or Airtel or ACT or some other broadband provider. Then here my mission, from my mission, I want to connect to this mission. From this network to AWS network, I want to communicate. So to allow from one network to other network, AWS people created a default VPC. Default VPC. The default VPC, AWS people defined their own different rules to allow any network to connect with AWS network. In default VPC, AWS people defined rules to communicate one network to AWS network, any network to AWS network. So while creating AWS EC2 instance, we will select default VPC. So if you want to create your own private network, you can use VPC concept. You can define your own rules. Then you can attach that VPC to EC2 instance, so that only authorized people can communicate with your machines, which is you defined VPC. So usually for practice purpose, we use default VPC, which allows any network to communicate with AWS network. So we use what? Default VPC. Then from your mission, so while creating EC2 instance, we will attach default VPC to our EC2 mission. Then through the default VPC, you can connect with EC2 mission. Okay, clear writing? What is VPC? What is default VPC? Okay. Yeah. Now let's start understanding what is AMI. What is AMI? AMI stands for Amazon Machine Image or Instance. Amazon Machine Image. Before going to explain this AMI, let me discussing. I am using virtualization software like VMware, uh, Citrix, 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 and Oracle VM, etc. So here, using these softwares, in my mission, in my developer mission, or tester machine or administrators, we can create a virtual machine, right? So let's say we can create multiple virtual machines parallelly with host operating system, because nowadays we are getting powerful machines, even laptop and desktops also we are getting powerful machines like 16 core processor, minimum 16 GB RAMs, 8 core processor, like 32 GB RAM machines. We are getting powerful missions with the powerful resources. So to utilize that resources, we can create multiple virtual missions parallelly along with the host operating system. You can run other applications parallelly. That's why we will create a virtual missions. So to create virtual mission with the operating system from from internet, we will download corresponding operating system ISO file. Let's say I want Ubuntu operating system. We will download Ubuntu ISO file. ISO file. If I want Red Hat, I will download Red Hat. Let's say Red Hat ISO file. If I want Fedora, I will download Fedora ISO file. I will download Fedora ISO file. Fedora ISO file. Then I will attach this ISO file with this virtual machine so that it will install Fedora operating system from this ISO file, Ubuntu operating system from this ISO file, Red Hat operating system from this ISO file, CentOS ISO I will attach to this VM. Then here it will install CentOS operating system from this ISO file. If it is physical mission, we take CD or DVD, CD or DVD to or pen drive to install into physical machine. If it is virtual machine, we will use ISO file to install operating system like ISO file, AWS people provided AMI for every operating system, not EMI, because within 2 to 3 days we are getting EMI. So you may think it is EMI, not EMI, it is AMI. AMI stands for Amazon Machine Image. For every operating system, AWS people provided Amazon Machine Image for every operating system. While installing or while creating EC2 instance, we can select a write AMI for your EC2 machine. I want EC2 machine with Ubuntu. You can select a Ubuntu AMI for your EC2 machine. There are plenty of AMI available. While creating EC2 instance, I am going to show you select a write AMI for your EC2 machine. Let's say I want Ubuntu, you want Fedora, someone want Amazon Linux, someone wants Windows Server operating system, someone wants Mac operating system. For every operating system, a separate AMI is available. In that, they have created a default user. In that AMI, they created a default user. For Ubuntu operating system, default username is Ubuntu. Password, we create a key pair. We already discussed about key pair. Clear, right? What is AMI? Yeah. Yeah. Now let's start creating AWS EC2 wins with Ubuntu operating system. Let's see the practical of creating AWS EC2 instance with Ubuntu operating system team. Okay. Yeah. So first log into AWS Cloud Team. I have opened Google Chrome. I have already logged in AWS Cloud. Then you can see EC2 service in recently visited. If it is not, type EC2 in search bar and open in a new tab. Open in a new tab. Here you can see option launch instances in right side, or you can also see instances. Click on this instances. Then it will open list of already created, or it will provide a option to create instances. Let's say I recommend this one, instances. Click on instances. Here I have some other EC2 instance already created. Then here we have an option called launch instances. Right side top, we can see launch instances. Click on launch instance. Then here give a name. I am giving name is EC2 demo. EC2 demo. Let's say EC2 Ubuntu demo. I given a name to my virtual machine is EC2 Ubuntu demo. You can give any name. Let's say you can give Akkem, you can give Sreenivasa, you can give Akkem Sreenivasa, you can give Badri, you can give any name, valid name. Then here you can see list of operating systems. You can see Amazon Linux, Mac operating system, Ubuntu, Windows, Red Hat, SUSE, Debian. If you click on this one, it will show some other operating systems. Let's say I'm clicking here. Click on this one. You can see list of operating system, but still here it is showing only quick few operating systems. But I want to see more. Just to click on browse more AMIs. You can see quick start AMIs. You can see 45 operating systems here. No, I want more. Click on AWS Market AMIs. 6,353 AMIs means 65,353 different operating systems related. Okay, just to click on cancel. Click on cancel. First screen itself, we have a Ubuntu. Select Ubuntu operating system. If you select this one, here it is showing latest version of Ubuntu Server 24.04 LTS. LTS stands for long-term service. Okay, we selected latest operating system. Then here instance type. Instance type. AWS provides different plans. Free tier eligible is T3 Micro, which provides two virtual CPUs, 1 GB RAM, 30 GB hard disk space as a free tier eligible. Let's say I want 8 GB RAM or 16 GB RAM. I want to select different EC2 instance. You can click on this one. You can see list of options. List of options. You can select whatever instance you want. Okay. You can see different sizes, or you can search. I am selecting this default one, two virtual CPUs, 1 GB RAM. Next one, key pair. We have created key pair. Let's click on select, and we created key pair is Akkem-Sreenivas key pair. Select this key pair. Next one, network, default VPC. Remember, network I selected, default VPC. I am not changing anything. If you want to change, click on edit. If you created any VPC, select that VPC. I am selecting default one. Next one, security group also we have created. Remember what is security group name? Click on select existing security group. Select a security group name. Akkem-Sreenivas-SG. Akkem_Sreenivas_SG. This is my security group name. Select this one. Then hard disk storage. I want 30 GB hard disk space. Free tier EC2 eligible up to 30 GB hard disk space. Then remaining options are optional. Here, number of instances. How many instances you want? You can select any number. Here I am selecting 1. Then click on launch. Then it is started launching. Here you can click on this link. It will take you to your instance list. Or close this one. You can go here, go to instances and see your new instances EC2-Ubuntu- running. Here you are going to see in status check. Here you are going to see 3 by 3 checks passed. When you see this message, then you can confirm your EC2 instance is created. Like while starting your EC2 instance, it will check input is working or not, and output devices are working or not, and your EC2 instance is connecting or not. Such kind of internal checks it will do before make EC2 available. So that's why internally it will check 3 by 3 checks. Once all resources are communicating properly, input, output, internal, everything is properly working, then it will show status check is 3 by 3 checks passed. One more point to it. Here, don't refresh every time. Browser refresh. AWS providing inbuilt refresh option. Don't do browser refresh. It is also okay, but not recommended. Recommended is internal refresh. Let's click on this refresh. See, still it is initializing. Let's wait a few more seconds to complete this instance creation. Let me refresh once again. Now you can see 3 by 3 checks are passed. Now you can confirm your EC2 instance is created successfully. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Let's continue AWS EC2. In this, let's start understanding our overview of AWS EC2 instance. So we just now created a EC2 instance. If you want to know properties of EC2 instance, so first go to your EC2 dashboard, click on instances. It will show list of EC2 instances. Which instance, which EC2 instance you want to know, select that EC2 instance. I want to know more about EC2-Ubuntu-demo. Select this one. Once you select it, you can see properties here, details. Every instance having this unique ID. And next one public IP address, one private IP address, one public DNS, one public DNS, and one private DNS. These are very, very important. Public IP, and public DNS we can use to communicate your EC2 instance from anywhere in the world. So public IP and public DNS can be used to communicate your EC2 instance from anywhere. Next one, we have attached a security group. Where is that security group? Security group details you can find in this security. Here you can see security groups we created. Akkem Sreenivas _SG. Click on this one. Here we enabled only one port at this time. This is 22 port at this time. 22 port for accessing EC2 instance. In EC2 instance, if you already provided, if you already installed MySQL, then you need to enable 3306 port number. Later we are going to see how to enable required ports. So here first you can see details, you can see security, you can see networking. Here you can see VPC details, some other networking related, and click on storage. We created, we selected 30 GB hard disk space, right? For that, it attached volume that is /dev/sda1, and this is volume name. Next one, let's say 30 GB is completed. Then we have an option. We can create a volume. We can attach volume to your existed EC2 machine. So that it is called vertical scaling. Within the mission, if you want to increase resources, we call it as vertical scaling. You can attach multiple volumes to your EC2 mission. Next one, status and alarms. Once you created your EC2 mission, you can see alarm attached. Next one, monitoring. You can see CPU utilization, network utilization, and you can see complete in graphical representation. Currently, nothing is used in your mission. That's why you are seeing utilization is empty. Okay, clear, right? Clear, right, Tim? Your EC2 instance properties. Yeah. Let's continue, Tim. As part of AWS EC2 instance, in this setup, we are going to understand how to connect AWS EC2 instance. Okay. So first point, Tim, using AWS EC2, we have created a security group and we enabled 22 port. We created a key pair in .ppk format. We downloaded, and then we created AWS EC2 instance with Ubuntu operating system in AWS in Mumbai region. Yes or no? In Mumbai region, we have created AWS EC2 instance. Now, my requirement is I want to access this EC2 mission from my developer mission. I may be developer, I may be administrator, I may be tester. I want to access this one, EC2 mission. So to access EC2 mission, we have SSH clients. SSH stands for secure cell. Secure cell. It is a protocol. Using SSH, we can connect any remote mission. So that's why we enabled 22 port. 22 port is a SSH port. In EC2 mission, using security group, we enabled 22 port. Now, what are different SSH clients available in real world? There are plenty of SSH clients available. Most popular is Putty. Some people called Putty, some people call Putty, but either way is correct. You can use any term. Let's say I'm using Putty. So Putty is most popular SSH client to connect remote missions. And along with Putty, there are most popular Remote NG, and Mobile Extreme. Mobile Extreme. My favorite one is Mobile Extreme. Mobile Extreme. And using this SSH clients, we can create a connection. How we can create a connection is EC2 provides username called Ubuntu. Username called Ubuntu. And password we downloaded in the form of key pair. We are going to attach this key pair to either Putty or mRemote engine or Mobile Extreme to connect this EC2 mission. So using SSH client softwares, using SSH client software, we can connect EC2 missions. Okay. Yeah. So we already opened uh, AWS management console. Okay. So this is my AWS EC2 instance. Let me open. And here I already created a EC2 instances. So these are different EC2 instances. Okay. So here, this is my EC2 instance. Yeah. So this is my EC2 instance, EC2 hyphen Ubuntu hyphen demo, and these are properties of EC2 mission. Okay, clear, right? How to connect AWS EC2 mission using any one of SSH client. We can create a connection between your remote EC2 mission with your SSH client. Then once you provided username and key pair, then you will get a connection. Then once you got a connection, then you can do any Linux commands. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Now let's continue AWS EC2 team. As part of AWS EC2, let's see how to connect AWS EC2 instance using Putty software team. Okay. So Putty is one of the most popular SSH client software. Using Putty, you can connect any remote mission using username and password. That remote mission may be presented in any data center as a physical, or that remote mission may be installed in any virtualization softwares like VMware, Citrix, Oracle VM, or that remote mission may be installed in a cloud computing like AWS or Azure or GCP. We can create a SSH connection, then we can access that mission. Okay, so for this process, you can follow these steps, team. Download Putty, install Putty, and use a connection, and then attach key pair, then provide a public IP or public DNS, then start using Putty team. Once you configure, then start using Putty. Okay, let me start it. I already created a I already downloaded Putty software under my C drive, under my C drive. Let's say under this one, let's say I have SSH client softwares. Okay, here I already downloaded. Let me remove these one. Let me re-download. Okay, first I am trying to download Putty software. Putty software. Okay, so open any web browser. I already opened uh, Google Chrome. Then search Putty download. Putty download. Okay. Then click on this first link. In this first link, you can see Putty download options. or you can see, yeah, second link down putty.org. So in first link, if you see here, you can see MSI files and you can see exe files. You can see putty.exe, see x86, okay, 64-bit, 32-bit of x86. I'm downloading x86 64-bit. Click on this putty.exe file. Okay, it is downloading. Okay, go to download folder. Let's say team, I am placing all my SSH files in this SSH folder. Okay, and if you remember, I said keypair from .pem to .ppk, .ppk to .pem. We can convert using one more software called Puttigen. You can download that Puttigen also in this location. See, Puttigen. If you want, you can download. Click on Gen download. Then open that. Then place this one also into your SSH client's location. Okay. Once you downloaded Putty, double click on this Putty, and here it is going to ask IP address. So where we can find a public IP address, go to your EC2 instance, then select EC2 instance which you want to connect. Then this is public IP address. Click on this copy option and then enter this option here. Next one, give a name EC2 Ubuntu demo. Then click on save option. Okay, and do not click on open immediately. Do some changes. Click on appearance, click on change, increase font size to 14. Okay, and click on colors, use system colors, click on SSH and click on authentication, expand this authentication, click on credentials and click on browse, select a key pair location. Where is your key pair? Under C drive, under Akkem Sreenivasa, here under complete Amazon Web Services, we created keys. In this Akkem-Sreenivas key pair is one, okay, and other one under Akkem Sreenivasa we created keys. Here we have Sreenivas PPK file. And which is our key pair? Let's go your EC2 instance. Select this EC2 instance. Okay. And here you can see connect option. Click on connect. You can see SSH client, SSH client. Okay. And see client name. Akkem-Sreenivas-key pair. This is your key pair name. So go to here. Go to Akkem Sreenivasa. Go to this one. Go to keys. This is Akkem-Sreenivas-key pair. Select this one. Okay. And then do not click on open. Go to session. Click save. Whatever changes we did right. We connected. Now click on open. When it is asking accept, click on accept button. Enter username. Username is Ubuntu. Okay, press enter. It will not ask any password because password we attached in the form of key pair. Now you can execute any command. You can move to any directory. You can execute any command. pwd cd/opt, then pwd ls. You can execute any command thing, Linux command. Clear right thing? How to connect EC2 instance? Let's say I want to open new tab. So there is no new tab option. We have to open another putty screen, Again, you have to click on another putty screen. Then select the session, click on this one, click on load, then click on open. Then enter username. So this is another screen. This is another screen. This is one screen. Okay. This one is another screen. So like this, you have to open multiple screens. If you want, you have to open multiple screens in this way. Two different windows we have to open. Okay. Clear writing, how to connect AWS EC2 mission using Putty. Hope all of you understand how to connect AWS EC2 mission. Okay. So now let's continue. Now let's continue AWS EC2. In this, now let's continue how to connect. How to connect AWS EC2 instance using MobiXterm. MobiXterm is one of the most popular SSH client. Using this SSH client, you can connect EC2 mission. You can connect any remote mission. So EC2 mission, MobiXterm can be used to connect a remote mission which is presented in any data center, physical server. Remote mission, uh, it is installed in any virtualization software like VMware, Citrix, Oracle VM, or remote mission, remote virtual mission created in AWS cloud or Azure cloud or GCP cloud. Using MobiXterm, you can connect any of these remote missions, and it is one of the most popular SSH client. I also like this MobiXterm. It's my favorite SSH client today. Let me start, download and install and create a connection with EC2 instance. Then, start using MobiXterm. Okay. Yeah. Open any web browser. Okay. I am opening Google Chrome. Then open a new tab, and here I am searching MobiXterm download. You can see first link. MobiXterm provides two versions, Home Edition and Professional Edition. Home Edition is completely free. You no need to pay a single rupee. I recommend download this Home Edition for our practice purpose, and it is also provides portable version. When you see any software portable means they downloaded, installed and converted in zip format. Again they uploaded into their server. So you can just extract that download and extract. And other version, installable software. For MobiXterm, this is more than enough. Portable version is more than enough. Let's click on this portable edition. Then it is started downloading. Okay. Let's wait a few seconds to complete this MobiXterm downloading. So it is 41.3 MB. Depends upon your internet speed. It will take a few seconds time or few minutes time to download. Let's wait a few seconds to complete downloading. It is downloaded. Okay, let's once again resume. Yeah, it is downloaded successfully. Let's go to download folder. Let's take this one. Okay, let's cut and paste into our SSH client location. So it is comes in the format of zip. Use any unzip software. You can use WinZip, WinRAR, any unzip software. So I am using default one, extract all. Then I am extracting here. Okay. So this is the folder. Let's remove this downloaded file. Now I am giving a name to this one. Okay. Akkem Sreenivas MOBA extra. Okay. Go to inside this one. And here also I am giving name to this one. Akkem Sreenivas MOBA extra. I am sending this one into desktop. So more option and send to desktop. Instead of every time coming here, I am sending it to desktop team. Okay. Now let's go here. Let's go this one team. Double click on this mobile extra. It will start mobile extra. Then here you can see a session. Click on session. Then click on allow. First time it will ask allow. Then click on SSH. Then provide remote host. We already seen connecting my remote host using public IP address. Yes or no? Now let's see public DNS. Copy this public DNS. Enter this public DNS here. And here specify username. What is username? Ubuntu. Ubuntu is my username. And go to advanced SSH. And here you can see uh, private key. Use private key. Select a private key. Click on this browse option. Go to your private key file location under C drive, under Akkem Sreenivas, under uh, complete Amazon AWS. Here we can see keys. Here select this key and click on open. Okay. Do not click on OK. Go to bookmark settings. Here it is taken default name. Just remove this one. Give a session name. EC2 Ubuntu demo. Then click on OK. Then click on I accept. Then it will connect your EC2 machine. In Putty, we opened and we already set up a font size. You can just here see, press your one finger in control, just mouse pointer. See, you can increase, decrease size, user friendly. Second option, you can right click on here, you can open a duplicate tab. If you want to open another tab, again you have to open another putty window. Yes or no? Then control screen, mouse pointer, user friendly. There are a lot of benefits compared to putty. Then once you connected, you can execute any Linux command. Any Linux command. Okay. Clear, right? How to connect AWS EC2 mission using mobile extra. Let's starting. In this session, we are going to discuss AWS IAM. IAM stands for Identity and access management. So what is IAM and what are we are going to cover as part of AWS IAM? Okay, let's start understanding uh, what are concepts we are going to discuss as part of AWS IAM. AWS IAM is very important service in AWS cloud team. Let's say AWS having currently 200 plus services. AWS having 200 plus services. Currently, AWS offering 200 plus services. In this, AWS IAM is AWS IAM is one of the service type. Okay, so very important services IAM, and every service in AWS, every service in AWS have a association with AWS IAM. Let me explain to you. Let's say we have different users, user 1, user 2, and so on, and so on, user n, user n, user n. So we have different users. We have users too. We have different users. So let's say user we created using AWS IAM. So once we create a account in AWS cloud, that is called root user. Root user. So root user having access of all 200 plus services, and we can create IAM users. Using IAM service, we can create user and we can give separate URL to log in AWS service, or in AWS login, we can select a IAM user, then we can provide IAM user login. Okay. So here user by default do not have option of accessing all services. Do not have option of accessing all services. So first topic, we are going to understand what is AWS IAM. What is AWS IAM? Okay. Then later we are going to understand how to create IAM user and what is IAM user, then creating IAM user, then login using IAM user. Once we log in IAM user, if I want to give only S3, if I want to give S3 and AWS Glue, if I want to give only Redshift access, then there is a concept called policy. Using IAM policy, we can attach a policy to user. I can attach a policy, let's say S3 policy. Then this user can access only S3 service. S3 service. In 200 plus services, this user can access only S3 service. So we are going to learn what is IAM policy, how to assign IAM policy to user. Next one. Let's say group of users. Let's say 2, 3, or 5. They all are working for Project X. Project X, for all these users, we want to give a common permissions. Common permissions. Then instead of assigning policies individually, we can create a group. Let's say group 1. We can create a group. So we are going to understand what is IAM group, how to create IAM group. and how to add users to group. Let's say user 2, user 3, user 4, user n, and then finally how to assign policy to group. How to assign policy to group. Let's say I want to give S3, I want to give blue, I want to give lambda. Then we attach policy for S3, blue, and lambda, and we attach this policy. We added users to this group. Then whoever attached to this group, they can access these services. They can access these services. Okay. So we are going to understand what is IAM group, how to create IAM group, how to add users to IAM group, then how to assign policy to IAM group. Next one. Next one. There is a concept called IAM role. Let's say I am writing instead of this one. Let's say I am writing blue application, blue job. This glue job, this glue job required S3 access and required Redshift access. Redshift access. It required these two services access. So we are going to create a role. We are going to create a role. Per role, we are going to attach a policy. We are going to attach policy, and then we are going to add this role to glue job so that a glue job can communicate with S3 Redshift. Means a, AWS service directly cannot communicate with other AWS service. A AWS service cannot communicate directly other AWS service. So we have a concept called role. We will create a role. Then we attach role to our jobs. It may be Glue job, may be Athena job, it may be Lambda job, it may be Kinesis job. If one job want to connect with other service, we create a role. We attach role to that job so that job is eligible to communicate with whatever the policies we assigned. Okay. Next one, multi-factor authentication. Usually for user, we give, yeah, jobs, correct. Yes. Yeah. Yeah, correct. Role is nowhere related to users. Role is we attach to jobs. Correct, correct. Here the correct, correct. Yes, correct. So most of the people confuse because of existed terminology. You are correct. In existed terminology, role is attached to users, but here role is only for jobs. You are correct. Yeah. Next one. Next one. Multi-factor authentication tip. Let's say I created IAM user. Every IAM user we give username and password. Username and password. So using username and password, a user can log into AWS Management Console. Okay. Along with password, I want to give one more security to user. Let's say you forgot you given or someone hacked your password. Then with your username, they can log into AWS Cloud. Yes or no? So to avoid that problem, along with the password, we are going to give one more security called multi-factor authentications. Multi-factor authentication. So here In this multi-factor authentication, along with username and password, you will prompt enter enter a security code. Let's say you can install any authenticator app in your mission. You can dynamically, it may be mobile or it may be any other device. You can install authenticator app, then you can generate a code. That code, along with username and password, once you enter, it will prompt to ask enter multi-factor MFA code. Then you can open your authenticator app, generate a code, then enter that code so that it allows you to connect AWS Management Console or AWS. So we are giving or we are adding another security to your user credentials called multi-factor authentication. So we are going to see what is multi-factor authentication, how to enable multi-factor authentication. Later, we are going to see practically how to use this multi-factor authentication for login IAM user. And these are main six concepts. Along with these six concepts, we are going to discuss some other miscellaneous concepts of AWS IAM with different AWS IAM examples too. Okay, so these are 8 important chapters we are going to discuss as part of AWS IAM. Hope all of you understand what are to cover as part of AWS IAM. Now let's continue AWS IAM. In this, let's continue what is AWS IAM and where we can use in AWS. Okay, so first one thing, let's say AWS having 200 plus services. AWS having 200 plus services. First important point, IAM stands for identity and access management. Identity and access management. Okay. So using AWS IAM, we are going to create users. We are going to create users. We are going to create groups. We are going to create groups and we are going to create roles and we are going to attach policies to users and groups as well as roles. We are going to attach policies to users, groups, and roles. Next point. Using AWS IAM, we are going to create multi-factor authentication. Using IAM, we are going to create multi-factor authentication, MFA, and we are going to attach this multi-factor authentication to user. We are going to attach multi-factor authentication to user so that user gets additional security so that user can protect AWS. Let's say user may forget password, someone may theft the password, but this multi-factor authentication you have in your device. Once you log in using username and password, it will ask multi-factor authentication code. So you have to enter. If someone may find your password, with password they cannot log in. They need a multi-factor authentication. Once they enter username and password, it will prompt him to enter multi-factor authentication. Multi-factor authentication you may install in your device. Okay. And additionally, additionally. Uh, Main important point is AWS IAM is very important service in AWS cloud. Every service in AWS associated with AWS IAM for security, or we can say every service in AWS first level security for AWS service we can achieve using AWS IAM. Okay, next one. Next one. So for users, we attach policy. For groups, we attach policy. For roles, we attach a policy. The purpose of role is, let's say, I am developing a ETL job. I am developing a ETL job. This ETL job, I am using AWS Glue. This AWS Glue wants to communicate with S3, wants to communicate with S3, and finally it wants to write it into Redshift. Then a service cannot communicate with other service directly. So we will create a role, we will attach role to job so that this job is eligible to communicate with this one. I'm writing another job, let's say validate job using Lambda, AWS Lambda. Let's say I'm developing a validation job. This job wants to read S3 data. Then we attach role to this Lambda. So in AWS, if one service wants to communicate with other service, they need a role. That role should contain a permission. That permission we are calling in AWS terminology is policy. So using AWS IAM, we are going to create users, we are going to create groups, we are going to create roles, and we have policies for every service like read, write, delete, update. So many policies for every service. Based on the user uses, we are going to attach corresponding policies. Based on the one service communication with the other service, we attach corresponding policies to roles. So roles already defined by AWS as a part of AWS IAM. So based on the uses, we are going to attach write policy. Example, I am developer. I need read, write, delete, update, access. Sorry, read, write, update, access on S3. You are a tester. You need only read access on S3. And X person is administrator. You need read, write, update, no, not update, delete operation. So depends upon the person, we can attach corresponding policy to user. Okay. So using AWS IAM, we are going to do these kind of activities. Using AWS IAM, we are going to provide first level security for every service in AWS. So every service in AWS associated with AWS IAM. AWS IAM is very important service. Let's start it. As part of AWS IAM, in this session, let's see what is AWS IAM user, and how to create AWS IAM user, and how to log in IAM user. Okay, let's see practically creating IAM user and practically logging with IAM user. Okay. So first important one, what is AWS IAM user? Let me diagrammatically explain it. So this is my AWS cloud, AWS cloud. Okay. AWS cloud. So while creating account, okay. So while creating account, we will provide username and password, right? While creating AWS account, we will use username and password, right? So this username and password is a root user, root user, and we call it as main admin or owner of AWS account. So usually we call this account is root user account. Okay. Once we log in, there is a service called AWS IAM. AWS IAM. Okay. In this, we have a option called users. Here we can create a user. Using this option, we can create n number of users. User 1 to user n. You can create n number of users. N number of users. So these users we can call IAM user. These users we can call IAM users. To whom we create this IAM users? Let's say developers, developers like Java, Python, .NET, Scala, uh, Spark, AWS, AWS developers, etc. And we create testers like manual testing people and administrators for different administration and including AWS admin. Okay, we will create users for multiple types of people. And next one, later, once we create a user, we are going to discuss how to assign policy. So there are 200 plus services in AWS. We never give 200 plus services to all these users. We never give. We never give 200 services access. Later, we have a concept called policies. Using policies, we can give a particular services access to the users. In that, we give read permissions, write permissions, and update permissions, delete permissions. Based on the user usage, we are going to give a corresponding permission. Okay, in this session, we are going to see what is IAM user, how to create IAM user, how to log in as IAM user. Okay, now let's see, clear, right team, what is IAM user? Yeah, now let's start understanding creating IAM user. Okay, first log into AWS cloud. Log into AWS cloud. I already logged into AWS cloud team. And next one, let's open service called AWS IAM. If you are not seeing in recently visited, search bar, type IAM. Then open IAM service in new tab. Open IAM service in new tab. Next one. Next one. Here you can see left side, you can see option called users. This is IAM dashboard. In this you can see users. You can click on this one. It will show list of users if you already created. Otherwise, you can see option to create a user. Okay. Let's see. I have already one user. Let me delete this user. You can see like this. You currently there are no users. You have a option right side top, create user. So you can see this create user. Let's click on this create user tip. Click on create user, and here you can provide a user name. Let's say I am providing username is Sreenivas. And next one, you want to give access of this AWS management console. Are you seeing this AWS management console right now? Similar way, you want to give access of AWS management console to your user, then click this provide user access to AWS management console. Yes, we clicked. Then it is asking you want to generate auto generated password. If it will, if you select this one, AWS going to generate a password. No, I want to generate a password my own custom. Then here you can provide a password. Let's say I am adding password. Let's say I'm giving password India at the rate 123 123 123. I'm giving password. Let's see. Password is India at the rate 123 123 123. Now let's see here option. I am enabling this option. A user. Once you log in, you must create a new password. If you uncheck this one, whatever the password we created, this is permanent to that user. We are creating password, right? We means we are a root user. So it is recommended to enable this option. User must create his own password. First time he uses this password. Next time he may uses his own password. He or she. Okay. Let me create this one. And next one, I'm clicking on next button. Okay. Next one. If you see here, you want to add user to group. Right now, we do not have any idea about group. So I'm not going to add user to any group right now. And you want to copy permissions. If you create anything earlier, then you can copy permissions from that, or you can attach policy. I recommend this one. Let's say my user want S3 right now, first initially. Then click on attach policy. Then here you can search S3 full permission. I'm selecting this one. Then click on next button. Then click on create user. So user is created successfully. You can see here message user created successfully. Click on close. Click on users list. Click on continue. Okay. Now you can see your user. You can see your user. So this is my user. Okay. Sorry. Where can I find user login details? Where can I find user login details? So if you remember, after creating, you may see URL. You may see URL. Click on security credentials. See, this is one more place you can find your login URL. This is the login URL for your user. Okay. So I have successfully created user. Now I am trying to sign in. I am trying to sign in with this user. Okay, this is my user URL. Okay, uh, let me open new window. See, in this window, I already logged in as a root user. That's why I am opening incognito window. Control Shift N. Here I am placing URL. Then enter username. Enter IAM username is Sreenivas. And password India @ 123 123 123. Then click on sign in. Now it is first time it is asking enter old password India @ 123 123 123. Then enter new password. New password is confidentiality. Then click on confirm password change. That's it. Then continue sign in. So I am able to log in as I am user. For my I am user, tell meeting. So I am selecting region is Mumbai. Now tell meeting. What are access I have? Only S3 I have. Yes or no? Other than the S3, I do not have any other access. So as a I am user, I am trying to access EC2. Do I have access of EC2? No, right? No. Then we will get error. Let's click on EC2. Then check. You can see error messages. API error. You can see right side complete error messages. So try by seeing this error message also, I am trying to create a instance. See again error message. Click on launch instance. Then when you try to create a launch instance, you will get a error. It is impossible to use EC2 service. Everywhere you are seeing error messages. Still, if you try, you will get a error message. So you want to resolve this error message. Later in policies, we are going to see how to provide EC2 access or some other services access using policies concept. But we have a option of S3. You can search S3. You can do whatever you want because you have S3 access. S3 access. Okay, clear, right? Yeah. So next one. So in this we seen what is IAM user, creating IAM user, then login as signing or login as AWS IAM user. Okay. Yeah. Let's continue AWS IAM thing. In this session, let's see what is IAM policy, and how to assign IAM policy to IAM user. Okay. So first important point about IAM policy tip. IAM policy define permissions for users, groups, and roles. IAM policy defines permissions for users, groups, and roles. So this is my AWS cloud. This is my AWS cloud. Okay. In AWS, we have 200 plus services, 200 plus services, 200 plus services, services. In this, there is a concept called policy. IAM, IAM policies, IAM policy. it contain it contain different permissions. Permissions. Let's say service, service one, and read, write, write, update, etc. So like this, for every service, we have different policies, different policies. So if you want to access any service in AWS cloud as a user, as a user, you need to assign policy. As a group, you need to get a policy. As a role, you need to get a policy. Policy should be assigned to your user or group or role. In this example, in this example, we are saying we are going to see how to assign policy to user. How to assign policy to user. Later, we are going to see how to assign policy to group, how to assign policy to role. In this session, we are seeing this one. Okay, policy means what? Policy means it's a permission. Set of permissions available as part of policies for every service. We can choose we can choose whatever policy you want to assign to your user. We already created a IAM user. Let me open incognito window. Incognito window, we logged in as IAM user. Let me search EC2, EC2. For this user, we do not have EC2 permission. For this user, we do not have EC2 permission. See, you are not authorized to perform this operation. You are seeing this error message. But my requirement is I am going to give a I am going to give a EC2 access to my user. So click on users. First login AWS Cloud, then navigate IAM and then click on users. Okay. Select the user you want to assign policy. Here I have only one user. You may have one user. You may have n number of users. Okay. Select the user. Okay. Once you select, once you, yeah, click on this user. After selection, click on this user. You can scroll the screen. You can see right now for this user, we have only S3 full access. And next one, I am user, change password, permission. Now I want to add EC2 permission. Right side, right side, you can see add permission. You can click on this one. You will going to see add permission. Click on add permission. You can see add permission. Okay. Here you can see attach policy directly. Click on attach policy. Here you can search EC2 full. So I'm selecting EC2 full option. Then click on next button. Click on add permission. Okay. Policy is added. Now you can see EC2 full access, S3 full access, IAM user change password permission. Okay. Now let's go to user logged in page. Okay. Let's go user login page. Let's refresh. See, we are seeing error, right? Once you refresh, the error is gone. It means this user having EC2 access also. Clear writing? How to assign policy to user? Yeah. Let's continue AWS IAM. In this AWS IAM, we start discussing what is IAM group and how to create IAM group and how to add users to IAM group and how to assign policies to group team. Let me explain. Let's say this is my AWS cloud. This is my AWS cloud. Okay, here I have 200 plus services. 200 plus services. Okay, there is a service called IAM. Using IAM, let's say I created users. I created users. Let's say I created users, user 1 to user 1 to user n. I created different users. Next one. Next one. My requirement is, my requirement is, let's say there are 10 users, 10 users working as data engineers, 10 users working as data engineers for X project, and two users, two users working as testers, two users working as testers, and one user working as admin, one user working as admin. So here, let's say for X clients, for X client, for these people, I want to give S3, I want to give Redshift, I want to give Glue, I want to give Lab, I want to give multiple services access to. Similar way, for this person, for these two users, I want to give different services access. For this user, I want to give different access and different policies. Instead of individually assigning policies. 10 times you have to assign policies to each user. 10 times. 2 times you have to assign same policies to two different users. But admin, okay. But if later if we add new admin, again we have to assign same policies to new admin also. Yes or no? Instead of doing same policy assigned to two different users multiple times, you can create a group. In AWS IAM, we have a concept called groups. Groups. In this, we can create a group like dev group. Then we can attach all these 10 users to dev group. Then create another group test, and we can attach all testers working for X client to this group. Then you can create another group called admin, another group called admin. Then you can attach this admin users to this group. Later, policies. Policies. Let's say, let's say S3 policy. You can assign S3 policy, Redshift policy, and Blue policy, Lambda policy, Athena policy to this group. Then all these 10 users gets automatically all these policies attached to their users. You no need manually performing attach to each individual level. You can attach users to group. Whatever policies assigned to group reflect to all users. Okay. Let's say practically how we can implement. So go to AWS Cloud, then go to groups, user groups, then create a group, Group name I'm creating is developers underscore x client. Then here I am attaching policy S3 full access and Redshift full access, and I am attaching Lambda full access. Sorry, Lambda. Let's say AWS Lambda full access. Then glue glue. Let's say glue console full access, and then finally I'm just create users group. Go to developers group, and we attached these permissions. Let's go to users list. Currently there are no users. Click on add users, select the users. How many users you want to add? You can just add users. That's it. Then all these users gets the policies we attach to group. Clear, right? What is group? How to create a group? How to attach policies to group? How to attach users to group? Okay. Yeah. Let's continue AWS IAM team. In this session, we are going to see what is role and how to create a IAM role and how to attach IAM policy to IAM role. Okay. Let me explain diagrammatically. Let's say this is my AWS cloud. AWS cloud. In this AWS cloud, I have 200 plus services. 200 plus services. Okay. Let's say a service called uh, AWS Glue. A service called AWS Glue. Blue wants to communicate with two services. Means, let's say it want to read data from S3. It want to read data from S3. If required, it want to write the data into S3 per stage. And final output, it want to write it into Redshift. Let's say this is the requirement. Redshift. Final result, Glue want to write it into AWS Redshift. This is the requirement. By default, a service cannot have permission to connect other service. A AWS service cannot have permission to connect other service. So here we are going to create a IAM role. AWS IAM role. We will create AWS AWS IAM role. For this role, we are going to attach two policies. Let's say role 1. Let's say we will attach S3 policy and we will attach Redshift policy. Then we will attach this role. We will attach this role to this role 1 to blue job, so that it can communicate with S3, it can communicate with Redshift. So by default, a service in AWS cannot have a permission to communicate other service in AWS. So for what we are going to do in AWS IAM, we are going to create a role. We will attach required policies. Then we will attach that role to corresponding service job. So that job can uh, communicate with whatever the policies we assigned. Okay. Let's say practically how we can create a role, how we can attach a policy, how we can attach a role to service. Okay. Let's say practically. Let me open AWS Cloud. I already logged into AWS Cloud. So this is my AWS Cloud. Let's say here I'm opening AWS IAM service. In AWS IAM service, left side you can see role. In this role, I am going to create a role. Let's say create a role. See here, you can see this is AWS service role or custom trust policy or AWS account. We are creating allow AWS service like friend services. We can choose a service. I am choosing service called Blue. So Blue. I am choosing service called Blue and click on next. Then attach policy. I am attaching S3 full permission. Okay. Then I am choosing policy Redshift full permission. Then click on next. Then give a name. Give a name. I am giving name is, let's say, uh, Blue Akkem Sreenivas hyphen Blue hyphen role 1. Okay. Then click on create a role. So role is created. So we created a role. We attached policies to role. Now let's open a Blue job. Search Blue here and open a Blue. So go to Blue tab and start creating a Glue job. Let's say ETL job. Then I am creating ETL job. Okay, here give a ETL job name. Let's say AWS Glue S3 Redshift S3 Redshift ETL job dot py. Then go to job details. Job details. Here let's scroll down. Here you can select a ETL job. Akkem Sreenivas hyphen glue hyphen role 1. Then click on save. Click on save. So now you can write a glue job script to communicate with S3 to communicate with Redshift. Now your glue job having a capability to communicate with S3 to communicate with Redshift. Clear writing? How to create a role, how to assign policy to role, and how to assign role to service. Let's start in. As part of AWS IAM, let's discuss one more important practical called enabling multi-factor authentication for IAM user. Let's say this is my AWS cloud. Okay. In this AWS cloud, I have 200 users, 200 plus services, 200 plus services. Okay. There is a service called IAM. In this IAM, let's say I created user called Sreenivas. I created, let's say, under users, I created one user called Sreenivas. So for this user, we given username and we give an option to change password. Then he created a new password. Then this user gets a IAM URL. IAM URL. So this user, let's say this is AWS cloud uh, for user Srinivas using his IAM URL is going to connect to AWS cloud. Let's say username and password. Username and password. So we given username and password. So here he has S3 access, Glue access, and Lambda access, Redshift access, etc. These are the services he have a access. Then let's say is someone find his password and someone knows about his username, someone find his password, then someone trying to connect to this AWS cloud using username and password. So someone misusing Srinivas account details and someone doing wrong things in AWS cloud. So to avoid these kind of one way of authentication, we are going to we are going to enable multi-factor authentication, to Srinivas user. So Srinivas user may uses his own phone and he can use authenticator app. In this, he can generate a authentication code along with username and password. He must have entered this code, then only he is allowing to log in AWS cloud. Even though someone knows about this username and password, still they need this code to connect AWS cloud. So this code is available in your phone or some other hardware device, etc. So that even some other knows about this username and password, they cannot misuse our account because they need one more extra, that is multi-factor authentication details. Otherwise, they cannot log into AWS cloud. It means using multi-factor authentication, we are providing one more security to user accounts, one more level of security. Along with the password security, we are providing one more security of a user or one more security level to user. Let's see practically how we can enable factor authentication. Let's go to users. Let's say go to users and select the user to enable multi-factor authentication. Let's first let me create a user. Let's create a user. Let's say I'm creating admin user. Provide access and see auto-generated custom password. Here I'm providing password. Then I am uncheck this option. Then click on new. I am attaching policy S3 full access. Then click on next button. Then click on create user. Okay, this is console login URL. Let's go to users. Let's enter. Username is admin. Username is admin. Okay. Then enter password. Then click on sign in. So with username and password, user is able to log in. Yes or no? Okay. Without multi-factor authentication. Now go to users list. Users list. Then go to admin user. Here you can see security credentials. Click on security credentials. Here you can see multi-factor authentication 0 means not enabled. You can click on assign or you can click on assign MFA device. Click on assign. Here give a admin hyphen MFA. I am giving a name. Then here you can choose any of the three options. I am choosing authenticator app. Click on next button. Take your phone and open any authenticator app like Google Authenticator app, Microsoft Authenticator app, any authenticator app. Okay. Then click on this one. Install Authenticator app into your device. Then click on sign in. Then click on scan this code. Then go to enter first code and wait for second authentication code. Almost first authentication code is completed. Let's wait a few seconds. I'm checking in my mobile. Now I am entering second authentication code. Then click on add MFA. Okay. Now see, go to your user login. Okay. So go to sign out. Sign out. Okay. Then re-enter URL. Then enter username. Enter username is admin. Enter password. Then click on sign in. See, it is asking multi-factor authentication. If someone theft your username and password, they cannot connect because they have to enter multi-factor authentication code. Now I am entering multi-factor authentication code. Then click on sign in. So two way of securing your user account. One is password, another one is multi-factor authentication. Clear writing? How to create a multi-factor authentication to user or how to enable multi-factor authentication to user. Okay.